What is the true story of European antiquity? Welcome to Collapse, where history comes alive and where each video immerses you in the destiny of those who shaped the world. Today, get ready to embark on a vast journey through centuries, myths, and empires. From the first cities on the shores of the Aegean Sea to the ruins of the Roman world, ancient Europe was built on war, genius, faith, and ambition. Greece, Rome, Carthage, but also Celtic, Etruscan, Germanic, or Thracian peoples. So many names, languages, cultures, dreams that shaped a continent still in gestation. Philosophers, conquerors, poets, and rebels wove a troubled history, one of revolutions, betrayed alliances, fallen gods, and forgotten kingdoms. But behind the marble statues and the chronicles etched in stone, a question remains. What is the true story of European antiquity? Is it the one that was passed down to us, or the partial shadow of a much vaster, much more chaotic, and much more vibrant past than the books suggest? But before embarking on a new adventure, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss anything. Thank you, and have a good journey. At the turn of the 4th millennium before Christi, between 4000 and 2500 before Christi, the planet experienced a phase of relatively stable climate after the gradual end of the last glaciation. The polar caps had largely melted, causing a rise in sea levels over previous millennia, but this phenomenon had largely come to an end. The coastlines had found their general configuration, although local micro-variations persisted. This new geographical condition, emerging after millennia of successive changes, created favorable conditions for the permanent settlement of populations in fertile regions, notably along rivers and in well-irrigated plains. The most favorable zones for agriculture, such as Mesopotamia or the Nile Valley, began to attract larger human concentrations, while in other parts of the globe, new forms of social organization were developing. In several regions outside Europe, humanity was taking a decisive step towards the formation of structured and hierarchical societies, the birth of the first centers of state. The framework differed according to regions, but the same basic configuration was often found. A relative abundance of agricultural resources, enabled by irrigation or proximity to watercourses, favored the emergence of political and religious elites, capable of coordinating the collective use of water, managing grain storehouses, and overseeing large construction projects. Mesopotamia, in the Fertile Crescent, is one of the earliest centers where an urbanization subject to central power began. Settlements like Uruk, located near the current course of the Euphrates in southern Iraq, became emblematic of this development. In Mesopotamia, Uruk gradually developed from the end of the 5th millennium before Christi, but its most notable expansion occurred around the 4th millennium. At that time, the city expanded its walls, built monumental temples, and saw its population increase significantly. Archaeologists estimate that tens of thousands of inhabitants could live there, concentrated around places of worship dedicated to tutelary deities. To manage so many economic transactions, stocks of cereals or livestock, a new form of communication was born, cuneiform writing, the earliest examples of which come from clay tablets discovered on the Uruk site. Initially, this writing system consisted of pictograms or simplified symbols engraved using a triangular-tipped stylus. Gradually, these signs became standardized and supplemented, allowing not only the notation of quantities and objects, but also names and actions, marking a major advance in the transmission of knowledge and the administration of communities. While Mesopotamia is experiencing this first urban experiment, Egypt of the same period, still described as pre-dynastic, is structuring itself along the banks of the Nile. The annual floods of the river deposit a silt of great fertility, which promotes agricultural production. By the end of the 5th and the beginning of the 4th millennium before Christ, different local chiefdoms are established in Lower Egypt in the north, in the Delta, as well as in Upper Egypt along the more southern valley, each with its center of power, its funeral rites, and its symbols of authority. To control the floods and direct the water into canals, the community's perfect irrigation techniques that guarantee more regular harvests. During this pre-dynastic period, the Egyptians develop increasingly sophisticated funerary practices. Tombs are already socially distinguished. The elites have themselves buried in more elaborate structures, often rectangular, called mastabas. These tombs, forerunners of the future pyramids, consist of a building made of mud bricks or stone, sometimes equipped with underground burial chambers. The care given to the architecture and offering signals the emergence of a ruling class, seeking to assert its legitimacy and symbolize its privileged relationship to the divine world. Many precious objects, such as finely decorated cosmetic palettes, indicate the nascent prosperity and the existence of active trade networks with distant regions, well before the unification of the country by the first pharaonic kings. Far away around the Indus Valley, another center of civilization emerges. From the site of Mehrgarh, established from the 7th millennium before Christ on the territory of present-day Pakistan, communities develop agricultural techniques associated with animal husbandry, particularly of zebu cattle. Around 4000 before Christ, this region experiences demographic and technical expansion, preparing the ground for the urban phase truly attested by sites like Harappa or Mohenjo-daro in the 3rd millennium. Here, there is evidence not only of standardized architecture in either fired or sun-dried bricks, perfectly calibrated, but also of a very advanced urban planning system for the era, orthogonal streets, sewage systems, and wells integrated into the layout of the homes. Although the chronological sequence is still debated, it is known that this use of standardized bricks reflects strong centralization, or at least an intent to normalize construction over vast territories. The residues of artisanal objects and steatite seals, sometimes decorated with enigmatic pictograms, suggest a highly elaborate political and religious organization, even though the details remain mysterious due to the incomplete decipherment of the possible Indus script. At the same time, in northern China, Neolithic cultures undergo several successive stages, the most emblematic of which, for the end of the 4th and the beginning of the 3rd millennium before Christ, is the Longshan culture. This culture takes its name from a site located in Shandong province. The groups of this period master pottery, often black in color, remarkably polished and accompanied by ornamental motifs. There are also the first examples of citadels built with rammed earth, a technique consisting of compacting layer upon layer, a mixture of clay and gravel to form solid enclosures. The use of rammed earth requires a collective organization of work, presumably involving an authority capable of mobilizing the inhabitants to erect these imposing walls. This form of fortification also indicates that there was competition for resources, necessitating the community's protection. The first signs of social stratification, such as tombs richer in ritual objects, hint at the progressive evolution towards a hierarchical society, foreshadowing the foundations of future Chinese dynasties. Despite the distance from these great centers of civilization, evidence already attests to long-distance trade or cultural exchanges. Prehistoric caravanners and navigators certainly did not have very fast means of transportation, but they knew how to exploit rivers, coastlines, and certain land routes to transport coveted raw materials. Lapis lazuli, for example, originating mainly from the mines in the Hindu Kush region of Afghanistan, is found in tombs or at sites as varied as Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Indus Valley. This blue stone, particularly prized for its rarity and beauty, became a marker of prestige and is sometimes integrated into jewelry or ritual objects. Obsidian, a black volcanic glass that is very sharp when cut, comes from volcanic zones such as Anatolia, Turkey, or certain Mediterranean islands. Obsidian blades and points have been found at numerous sites, testifying to a regular supply network extending hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. Moreover, Baltic amber, easily identifiable due to its physical and chemical properties, already circulates southward into continental Europe and even beyond, showing how luxury goods or items with high symbolic value circulated between communities long before the emergence of the first organized empires. Europe, at this time, had not yet experienced the emergence of true cities comparable to Uruk or the great settlements of the Indus Valley, but it was not isolated or inactive either. Along the Atlantic seaboard, the phenomenon of megalithism is observed, characterized by the erection of large stones planted vertically, as well as dolmens serving as collective tombs. The alignments at Carnac in northwest Brittany, France, are one of the most spectacular examples of this megalithism. Impressive rows of menhirs stretching over several kilometers, revealing a society capable of mobilizing significant efforts for the transportation and placement of these sometimes gigantic blocks. Similarly, the site of Stonehenge in southern England begins to see the erection of its first stone circles. Although the most well-known phase of Stonehenge occurs somewhat later, the foundations in certain ditches already date from the late Neolithic or early Bronze Age, suggesting that a cult related to the stars or the seasonal cycle may have been practiced there. The exact significance of these megalithic constructions remains complex to determine, but they certainly reflect beliefs marked by ancestor worship, collective funerary rituals, and probably quite precise knowledge of the movement of celestial bodies. Further south, on the Iberian Peninsula, one of the early centers of copper metallurgy develops, illustrated by the site of Los Millares, located near Almeria in southeast Spain. This culture, which flourished towards the end of the 4th millennium and continued until the 3rd millennium before Christ, exhibits multiple signs of organization: a major fortified village with walls and bastions, necropolises equipped with collective tombs under tumuli, and notably, advanced metallurgy. The furnace openings and copper residues found indicate that tools, arrowheads, and decorative objects were being produced there. Mastery of copper smelting and knowledge of mineral deposits imply a supply chain and possibly a form of artisanal specialization. This metallurgy is not yet systematically associated with mass weapon production, but it marks a crucial step, as working metals, even in their pure state without alloy, gives those who master it a technological advantage and symbolic power. In certain areas of Central and Eastern Europe, the rise of metallurgy remains discrete or still uneven during this period. However, the notion of social hierarchy, similar to that developing in other major cultural areas, seems to be progressing. Enclosures, burial mounds, and prestige objects appear locally, suggesting the rise of leaders capable of organizing agricultural and artisanal production. Exchanges with Mediterranean and Eastern worlds remain a factor of social transformation, even if they are not as intense as they will be in the Middle and Late Bronze Age. In the north, in the cooler areas near the Baltic Sea, amber reveals itself as a natural wealth that already attracts some traders or intermediaries. The local populations probably use this amber as adornment, but also as an informal exchange currency to obtain various products difficult to make or find locally. Some imported items, such as obsidian or seashells from distant regions, testify to the diffusion of exotic objects that circulate in stages via a system of successive exchanges. Some flint warehouses, present in the northern European plains, also suggest that these regions are integrating, on their scale, into continental exchange networks. Craftsmanship and beliefs are evolving everywhere in connection with the evolution of means of subsistence and political organization. In regions like Brittany or Ireland, the construction of passage tombs, such as Newgrange, although later than the beginning of the 4th millennium, dates back nonetheless to around 3200 before Christ, marking the importance given to the world of the deceased and collective ceremonies. These tombs are sometimes adorned with engraved motifs resembling spirals, concentric circles, or chevrons, which could evoke the sun, the moon, or other celestial phenomena. Throughout Atlantic Europe, the idea that ancestors play a protective role in soil fertility and the renewal of life seems strong, although it is necessary to be content with partial deductions from archaeological discoveries. In the Near East, in parallel, these same centuries see the strengthening of cultural ties between different cities or regions. Artistic productions like Mesopotamian cylinder seals or anthropomorphic figurines sometimes travel from one site to another. Merchants exchange grains, cattle, dried fish, rare or precious metals, and some luxury goods, contributing to the gradual enrichment of elites. Sometimes, the competition for control of these commercial flows becomes a driver of conflicts, prompting some cities to fortify their districts or to develop their rudimentary copper or low-tin bronze weaponry, even though the classic Bronze Age will begin later. Between $3,500 and $3,000. Before Christ, major new milestones appear. We mention elsewhere in Mesopotamia the city of Ur, which prospers as another great center, or certain urban complexes in the Susiana southwestern Iran today. Egypt is approaching its unification. Chiefs from Upper Egypt gradually take precedence over Lower Egypt, culminating in a monarchy that will give rise to the first dynasties. In the Indus Valley, massive constructions attest to a functional division of urban space citadel, residential area granaries, while maintaining the uniformity of standardized brick. In China, the transition to the Longshan culture continues, preparing the emergence of more and more defined centers of power, with a multiplication of prestige objects, fine black pottery, and sometimes very extensive rammed earth enclosures. In the Mediterranean basin, on the islands of Cyprus and Crete, pioneering forms of coastal navigation develop, facilitating the importation of raw materials such as copper or obsidian. These movements anticipate the intensification of contacts from the Aegean world in the following Bronze Age. The rise of local navigation, coupled with the rise of port cities on the Levantine coasts, initiates a phenomenon that will gain importance in later times: maritime connection between mainland Greece, Anatolia, the Levant, Egypt, and beyond. In this still partially fragmented global balance, Europe remains generally less urbanized. The small communities, dispersed in villages, still devote a central place to agriculture, livestock, and fishing. Fortified sites already exist in some regions, as seen with Los Millares. The currents of exchange mainly involve specific raw materials related to flint or obsidian tools, metals, and amber. Megalithism is far from being uniformly widespread, but it embodies a characteristic shared by several Atlantic peoples, from the Iberian Peninsula to the British Isles, and even beyond, towards Scandinavia for certain forms. This vast diffusion of megaliths suggests that it is not just a local phenomenon, but a real cultural movement connecting communities through comparable funerary and cult practices. Everywhere, the population continues to grow, albeit at varying rates depending on local resources and environmental challenges. The milder and more stable climate, compared to the long previous ice age, allows for increased settlement, and the accumulation of agricultural surpluses coincides with the emergence of forms of social specialization. Village chiefs, sometimes called big men in certain anthropological models, distinguish themselves by managing the harvests and rituals. Artisans dedicated to pottery, metallurgy, textile making, or ornamentation see their skills valued. Gradually, elites take shape, whether they are war chiefs, priests, or dominant lineages. Sumptuous funerary remains, fortified habitats, imported luxury items, or metal deposits are all indirect indicators. The countryside is largely shaped by so-called Neolithic agriculture, based on the cultivation of cereals such as barley and wheat, as well as the breeding of sheep, goats, cattle, and pigs. Communities continue to refine the techniques of clearing, sowing, and harvesting. They also diversify their diet by exploiting natural resources, hunting of wild species, freshwater or maritime fishing, gathering of fruits and plants. Pottery, in turn, improves, offering containers increasingly adapted for storing water and foodstuffs, contributing to food stability. Around 2500 before Christ, Europe enters a new phase of its history, marked by profound social and technological developments grouped under the term of the earliest European Bronze worlds. In this period, the growing use of bronze, an alloy of copper and tin, introduces more resistant objects, more efficient weapons, and elaborate ornaments. Societies reorganize around more extensive trade exchanges, more pronounced religious influences, and kinship networks linking geographically distant populations. Across the continent, different groups nevertheless share common practices, as evidenced by the recurring discovery of ritual objects, funerary structures, and similar artisanal remains. Among these elements, the bell beaker complex occupies a unique place. It brings together a quantity of cultures that exchange goods and customs around bell-shaped cups, a striking symbol of an emerging pan-European identity. The term bell beaker comes from the Latin word campana, meaning bell, and refers to these ceramic vessels characterized by an upward flaring silhouette. These cups are often decorated with engraved or printed geometric patterns, varying by region, chevrons, parallel lines, or diamonds. Archaeologists find them over a wide area from the southern Iberian Peninsula to Bohemia, including Great Britain, Switzerland, and northern Italy. Their rapid diffusion testifies to the existence of a highly structured exchange network, facilitated by the common need to access raw materials like copper, tin, or certain fine stones. Moreover, the bell beaker cups seem not to be mere drinking vessels. They may play a symbolic role in ritual practices related to prestige or the recognition of authority. Funerals of the time, often involving inhumation, regularly include one of these objects in the grave, probably indicating social rank or shared cultural identity. Alongside the circulation of pottery, a vast matrimonial network is established. Recent genetic analyses conducted on skeletons associated with the bell beaker culture reveal unsuspected kinship links between far-flung populations. Thus, the bell-shaped cups become much more than simple containers. They become the emblem of alliances between regional elites, consolidating long-distance relationships. Local chiefs, sometimes identifiable by the presence of finely worked flint weapons or copper daggers, see this type of network as a means of strengthening their power. In several coastal areas, such as the Atlantic or around the North Sea, these alliances are based on control of maritime routes, allowing for the circulation of metals, notably tin and exotic goods. Therefore, bell beaker populations are characterized by a new commercial dynamism, laying the groundwork for the rise of the Middle Bronze Age a few centuries later. At the end of the 3rd millennium before Christ, the region of Bohemia, located in today's Czech Republic, gave rise to another cultural entity known as the Unetice culture. This scientific name is derived from the village of Unetice, north of Prague, where the first typical remains were identified: graves, weapons, and ornaments, leaving no doubt about the importance of metal in all spheres of life. The Unetice artisans mastered an increasingly complex metallurgy. Alongside the manufacture of axes, spearheads, and jewelry, they developed a model of sword with a central rib designed to strengthen the blade. This innovation seems to respond to the intensification of conflicts or the expansion of rivalries. As the local aristocracy sought to assert its military status, the sword became an attribute of prestige. The tombs of this culture, although they have suffered from looting over the centuries, often testify to a considerable investment in the burial of the deceased, with the presence of valuable objects and symbolic deposits. A particularly famous site linked to this culture is located in Nibra, in Saxony-Anhalt, modern-day Germany. There, researchers unearthed a highly valuable metal treasure, including, among other items, gold objects. However, the most spectacular piece is not a simple ingot, but the famous Nebra sky disk. Discovered in 1999 by illegal excavators and later retrieved by authorities, this bronze disc with gold inlays is considered by many specialists as the oldest known representation of the night sky. It shows celestial symbols: a crescent moon, a full moon or a sun, and a cluster of stars, among which some perceive an evocation of the Pleiades. The edges of the disk feature golden arcs, sometimes interpreted as the horizon or the sun's path over the year. Although interpretations vary, it is clear that this disk held a major ritual function, suggesting the existence of advanced cosmological reflection. Its cultural origin, connected to the Unetice area, demonstrates exceptional astronomical and metallurgical knowledge for the time. The master artisans not only knew how to forge complex objects, but also how to convey a vision of the cosmos that went beyond simple daily observation. Beyond the cultural effervescence in Bohemia, Europe at the end of the 3rd millennium before Christ, he also structured itself around the search for and circulation of tin, an essential resource for making bronze. Unlike copper, which is relatively easier to identify and exploit, tin is rarer and gives rise to long-distance trade routes, referred to as the proto-tin routes. The most well-known deposits in the West are located in the southwest of England, in the region of Cornwall, and in certain coastal areas of Brittany. These two Atlantic regions are hubs for the supply of all Europe, as tin can be extracted there and then transported by sea or river. From the Breton ports, the goods travel up estuaries and rivers, gradually advancing inland to the Alpine massifs, or even the Danube basin, where there are significant copper production centers. Local artisans can then create the precious alloy, whose solidity and color stand out against pure copper tools or ornaments. The mastery of bronze goes beyond the mere production of utilitarian objects. It involves a high level of economic interaction and technical specialization. To shape bronze ingots, the artisan must know the correct balance between copper and tin, which implies a continuous exchange of information between mining regions and forge workshops. Archaeological evidence shows that the circulation of raw materials does not stop with metals. We also find amber beads or decorative stones from distant areas, transported along the same trade routes. Europe at this time becomes a true crossroads of innovations, where new artistic styles are born, crafted in metal, bone, or stone, and where cooperation schemes among clans or tribes are developed. The elites, boasting control over these exchanges, establish their dominance over society through control of metal supplies and their ability to redistribute these prestige goods. Outside the strictly European framework, other regions of the Old World also participate in this dynamic, albeit more discreetly. The Pontic steppe populations, settled north of the Black Sea, undergo their own cultural transformations at the turn of the early and Middle Bronze Age. It is in these vast plains, sometimes subject to significant movements of Indo-European populations, that the first evidence of the use of solid wooden chariots appears. This innovation is often associated with the so-called Sintashta culture, named after an archaeological site located in the southern Urals in present-day Russia. The Sintashta culture, which develops around 2100 to 1800 before Christ, exhibits remarkable features such as vast earthwork fortifications, dwellings organized around common areas, and tombs where rudimentary chariots accompany the deceased. These chariots, constructed with solid wheels, seem initially designed for funeral or symbolic rituals, rather than genuine military maneuvers. However, the significance of this chariot design should not be underestimated. It foreshadows a future upheaval that will deeply mark Middle and Late Bronze Age societies. Indeed, although solid wheels are heavy and unwieldy, they constitute an essential step towards the later development of lighter spoked wheels, promoting increased mobility across the steppes. The presence of domesticated horses, attested in the Pontic steppe communities, strengthens the hypothesis of using the chariot for other purposes. It can serve to display a clan's power, transport a leader, or conduct a ritual accompanying the dead. The graves of the Sintashta culture regularly incorporate in the same funerary complex horse remains and the associated chariot, a strong signal of the religious and symbolic dimension already attributed to this ensemble. The influences between European communities and those of the steppes are not solely terrestrial. It must also be considered that at this time, various trade routes traverse the steppes from the Caspian Sea, circumvent the Carpathians, and join the Danube basin. Through this means, vehicle or weapon construction techniques gradually spread, leading to parallel innovations. The composite bow, for example, becomes widespread in certain areas, while the development of horseback riding initiates a new relationship with mobility and space control. Thus, the appearance of solid wooden chariots, even still rudimentary, already signals the elite's desire to enhance their freedom of movement, and by extension, their military or ritual power. Simultaneously, the contact between these regions contributes to shaping a cultural climate where the exchange of myths and symbols occurs. Old oral legends circulate, transform, and become enriched with battle tales where chariots play a leading role. Funeral ceremonies, as evidenced by certain aristocratic tombs, become orchestrated spectacles. Sacrificed horses are buried with the deceased, while the wheels, axles, and yokes of chariots are meticulously arranged to recall the status of the departed and ensure their soul a prestigious journey to the afterlife. In this sense, the Sintashta culture reveals how the chariot, beyond its practical utility, becomes a powerful collective symbol, marking the imagination of the population settled at the heart of Eurasia. Meanwhile, at the other end of Europe, the peoples associated with the bell beaker culture and the Unetis culture continued to exploit the wealth of bronze by experimenting with new foundry processes. Artisans now mastered techniques of open mold casting and later two-part mold casting, allowing them to create more efficient weapons, flanged axes, daggers, early swords, and refined adornments like torques and bracelets. Each region, endowed with its metallurgical specialty, controls a part of the production chain. Archaeological sites show storage locations where copper and tin ingots accumulate, while in other areas, there is a focus on designing finished objects intended for trade with neighboring communities. This economic organization implies complex logistics. River transport on rivers such as the Rhine, Rhone, Loire, or Elbe ensures the fluidity of movement. Aided by channels and primitive vessels, capable of carrying relatively heavy loads for the time. These waterways abound with commercial activities. They serve not only the inland communities, but often extend to the Atlantic, Mediterranean, or North Sea coasts. Western Europe, fragmented into small territories, sees the emergence of new centers of power at the crossroads of these strategic routes. Archaeologists thus detect fortified settlements, where a form of pre-urban organization is already apparent. The storage of foodstuffs, the redistribution of metal products, the establishment of seasonal markets. Bell-shaped artifacts still dominate in many funerary contexts, but other ceramic traditions begin to appear, reflecting considerable cultural mingling. Marital alliances between ruling families, once exclusively associated with the bell beaker style, then open up to communities adopting their own stylistic particularities. The period from 2500 to 1600 before Christ is therefore not limited to the simple use of bronze, but witnesses the formation of genuine social and commercial networks covering vast territories, connecting the Atlantic shores, the Central European plains, and the Pontic steppes. Solemnity of funerary practices and ingenuity of craftsmen intertwine to shape the identity of these communities. On one side, the Unitas culture illustrates the emergence of powerful political centers in Bohemia and neighboring regions with emblematic objects such as the Nebra sky disk. On the other, the Bell Beaker complex fosters a sense of trans-regional belonging through the uniform dissemination of bell-shaped cups and widely recognized metal symbols. As for the Pontic steppes, their role is affirmed by the introduction of significant innovations, particularly the first solid wooden chariots, which start a tradition of equestrian and warrior culture that will grow even more during the Middle and Late Bronze Age. Meanwhile, a gradual shift in power dynamics is taking place. The acquisition of rare metals, the ability to produce high-quality swords, or the control of supply routes for tin offer some political entities an undeniable advantage. Villages evolve into fortified trading centers, chiefdoms grow into embryonic kingdoms, while social stratification intensifies. Rich graves filled with prestigious weapons, massive jewelry, and decorated pottery multiply, suggesting an increasingly powerful warrior elite. In some cases, these tombs present deposits of items from distant regions, confirming that exchanges far exceed the local scale. Transcontinental matrimonial alliances maintain the stability of the network while giving rise to influential lineages capable of wielding significant influence within their respective circles. Around 1600 before Christ, Europe enters a phase often called the Middle Bronze Age, characterized by an intensification of metal exchanges, diversification of artisanal productions, and the assertion of regional cultures with increasingly distinct traits. In Northern Europe, a prosperous period known as the Nordic Bronze Age emerges, while in the southeast, on mainland Greece, the Mycenaeans established fortified palaces, housing workshops, bronze stocks, and an advanced system of recording on tablets. Between these two distant poles, long-distance trade is established, notably through the circulation of amber from the Baltic sea shores and precious tin, essential for making bronze from other sometimes distant regions. Archaeological evidence, such as those discovered on the islet of Huelva in southern present-day Spain, reveals the existence of maritime trade that likely connected a good part of the North Atlantic and the Mediterranean. This complex period, extending until around 1200 before Christ, is therefore characterized by technical innovations, new artistic expressions, and the entrenchment of commercial contacts that will foreshadow future European dynamics. The Northern Europe region, encompassing present-day Scandinavia, the Jutland, and certain areas bordering the Baltic Sea, stands out over this century and a half for its remarkable bronze craftsmanship and visual expressions that reflect a complex religious culture. Archaeologists refer to this specific period as the Nordic Bronze Age, during which the mastery of alloys and metallurgy was perfected. This technological evolution is evident in the design of many ornamental pieces, such as axes, spearheads, and intricately engraved jewelry. The Scandinavian societies of the time did not have cities in the strict sense, but the discovery of large burial mounds, sometimes surrounded by rows of standing stones, suggests the existence of complex social hierarchies and elites capable of mobilizing significant labor. Among the most emblematic objects of this Nordic Bronze Age are the lure trumpets, enigmatic musical instruments made of bronze. They often come in pairs, with a bell-shaped end carefully decorated. The sound produced by these trumpets was likely associated with ritual ceremonies, possibly religious or war-related. The lure is not just a simple instrument for researchers. Its complex and refined elaboration reflects great skill in the casting and melting of bronze, as well as a desire to demonstrate the power and wealth of local leaders. Today, these Nordic trumpets are a precious testimony to how ritual and technology converged to enhance the prestige of dominant groups. The rock engravings, known as petroglyphs, mainly visible in the Bohuslän region in southwest present-day Sweden, illustrate another essential aspect of Scandinavian culture at this time. These images carved into the rock depict scenes of daily life such as hunting and maritime transport, as well as symbolic motifs, including stylized ship figures, warriors, and sometimes abstract shapes. The abundance of ship engravings is particularly striking, highlighting the fundamental role of navigation, also suggested by the presence of exotic artifacts from distant regions. Although their precise function remains debatable, it is likely that these petroglyphs contributed to marking territories, celebrating achievements, or invoking divine powers linked to the sea and fertility. At the heart of this Nordic universe, the sun cult also occupies a prominent place. One particular object illustrates the fascination with the solar course, the Trundholm sun chariot, discovered in Denmark. It is a small bronze figure representing a horse and a gold disc mounted on 6 bronze wheels attached to a chassis. The disc, gold-plated on one side, is often interpreted as a symbolic representation of the sun carried by a divine horse. Created around the 15th century before Christ, the sun chariot reflects a religious conception centered on the sun's journey across the sky, and very likely, a sacred cycle of death and rebirth linked to the seasons. The details of its fabrication, including the gilding on one side, suggest that it was used during highly ceremonial rites. Perhaps the horse dragged the sun from east to west, evoking the daily trajectory of the light. This solar cult, perceptible in ritual objects and artistic motifs, is found in other European regions, but here it reaches a notable sophistication that helps better understand the spiritual dimension of the Nordic Bronze Age. During this time, significant changes occur in Greece, where the term Mycenaean civilization is used for the period roughly from 1600 to 1200 before Christ, a flourishing era. It gets its name from the archaeological site of Mycenae, located in the Peloponnese, where imposing fortifications and the famous Lion Gate stand. The Mycenaeans distinguished themselves from other Bronze Age peoples by a centralized political organization around fortified palaces, such as those of Pylos, Tiryns, and Mycenae itself. These palaces serve not only as administrative centers, but also as storage and redistribution sites for agricultural products, metals, and manufactured goods. The Mycenaean kings, sometimes called wanaks, an ancient Greek term meaning lord or sovereign. Exercise power reflected in monumental architecture, lavish courts, and the ability to mobilize artisans and warriors. One of the most striking features of Mycenaean art lies in the gold masks found in royal or princely tombs. The most famous example is the mask of Agamemnon, unearthed at Mycenae by the German archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann in the late 19th century. Although the attribution of this mask to the legendary King Agamemnon remains highly speculative, it remains a fascinating symbol of the wealth of this elite. The funerary objects discovered in shaft or stone-circled tombs allow us to gauge the luxury of their occupants. Precious metal tableware, finely decorated weapons, and elaborate jewelry. The funerary masks, for their part, express the desire to perpetuate the image of the deceased in the afterlife and to highlight the prominent place they held in the social hierarchy. The political and economic organization of the Mycenaeans is further attested by an archival system on clay tablets called Linear B. This script, derived from the Minoan script Linear A, used in Crete, was deciphered in the mid-20th century and revealed that it was indeed a form of archaic Greek. The tablets discovered at Pylos, for example, contain detailed accounts of deliveries of raw materials, distributions of food rations, and allocations of land to certain individuals. They also mention the existence of specialized officials managing the logistics and stocks of goods, including bronze, an essential metal for the manufacture of weapons and tools. Through these archives, we know that the palaces, far from being isolated entities, communicated with the outside world and were part of exchange networks extending towards the Aegean, Cyprus, the Levant, and, to some extent, to Central and Northern Europe through more or less direct trade routes. At the heart of these interactions, Baltic amber occupies a unique place. Since the end of the Neolithic, the fossil resin, with its golden yellow or orangish reflections, has aroused fascination and covetousness. Even rarer and more precious at the time, it was traded over very long distances across Europe. The discovery of amber nuggets, small naturally formed or carved resin masses intended for transport in Mycenaean tombs, confirms the arrival of this northern material into the south of Greece. The Mycenaeans used it to make beads, amulets, or decorative objects. This circulation of amber suggests interconnected trade routes, a know-how in navigation, and the existence of land passes allowing crossing the European masses. The Amber Road, or Amber Route, traces of which will be found in the Iron Age, was already beginning to function. It connected northern Europe and the major centers of the Mediterranean, fostering an early form of globalization in which the prestige of the elite was also built by acquiring distant objects. Overall, this structuring of trade routes demonstrates a sophisticated logistical effort, since bronze itself is an alloy mainly composed of copper and about 10% tin. At that time, copper was obtained from various mining regions, such as those in the Balkans or Cyprus, hence the term Cyprus associated with copper in antiquity, while tin was rarer. The recognized tin deposits at the time were probably located in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula, in present-day Cornwall in England, and possibly in certain areas of the Ore Mountains between Germany and the Czech Republic. The flow of tin, thus circulated throughout Europe by land or sea, to supply blacksmiths and craftsmen working with bronze. The Mycenaean populations, like those in northern Europe, greatly relied on this supply chain and participated, each in their way, in the structuring of an exchange network that already extended beyond simple local confines. An increasing indication of the driving role played by maritime connections is offered to us by an archaeological discovery made in the Huelva region, near the mouth of the Tinto and Odiel rivers, in the southwest of the Iberian Peninsula. At that time, towards the end of the Middle Bronze Age, an islet near the coast, since disappeared under sediment accumulation or rising waters, could have served as a stopover or natural warehouse for ships traveling between the Atlantic and the Mediterranean. Researchers found deposits of tin ingots there, sometimes in large quantities, which demonstrates that an oceanic trade had indeed been established to transport this vital resource. The shipwrecks discovered around the islet, or at least the piles of ingots they left, concretely testify to these maritime routes, the extent of which may still elude us, but whose importance is beginning to be discerned. The testimony of Huelva highlights the ability of Bronze Age navigators to cross not only the Mediterranean, but also to venture along the Atlantic coasts, possibly traveling up to Brittany, Ireland, or even further north. It is not excluded that these boats could have docked in Cornwall, one of the European regions renowned until the Middle Ages for tin extraction. For coastal communities, maritime trade remains a vector of enrichment and cultural exchanges. The circulation of objects, techniques, and ideas accelerates, surpassing the strictly local framework to embrace a radically broader dimension. One can imagine cautious cabotage, navigating from port to port, skirting the Atlantic from stage to stage, thus weaving a web of communication around the coasts of Western Europe. The cultural mingling induced by these maritime and land relations is found in stylistic similarities between distant artisanal productions. For example, certain formal kinships are observed in bronze adornments or decorative motifs engraved on swords, found both in Central Europe and in the Greek islands. These are subtle indicators of a material culture in full expansion, capable of integrating diverse influences to meet the expectations of elites wishing to emphasize their power. Nordic chieftains place great importance on symbols of status, ornate swords, polished axes, trumpet lures, while Mycenaean princes invest in monumental architecture, gold masks, and other works of goldsmithery. In all cases, this quest for prestige necessarily relies on networks capable of channeling the most essential raw material of the time, bronze and its components. Among the notable discoveries are also small figurines and amulets made of amber, gold, or bronze, whose geographical distribution is better explained when one takes into account the very extended trade routes. Northern populations maintain an intimate relationship with the sea, probably associated with beliefs in marine or solar deities. While in the Mycenaean world, no one can ignore the crucial role of commerce. The archaeological prosperity of the palaces and the military power of the kings is built on the ability to manage the flow of resources. Some Hittite and Egyptian texts, dated from the same period, furthermore mention the arrival of objects linked to the Aegean Sea, which tends to prove that exchange networks, often maritime, connected the entire Mediterranean basin to the Atlantic. An essential question lies in the degree of cross-border navigation. Did they have ships capable of crossing great distances in open sea? The oldest ancient shipwrecks discovered in the Mediterranean, such as the Uluburun ship, 1300 before Christ, off the Turkish coast, already show the capacity to transport significant loads of copper, tin, resins, ivory, and ceramics along long maritime routes. We can thus imagine that other boat builders, be they Mycenaeans, Phoenicians, or even Atlantic navigators of the Bronze Age, sufficiently mastered naval design and guidance techniques by the stars or coastal geography to carry out expeditions. The remains found in Huelva, in the form of ingots, cast in standardized molds, reinforce the idea of a well-organized maritime trade with known routes maintained by a whole chain of intermediaries. Within this vast dynamic, the religious and ideological dimension remains paramount. The Trundholm Sun Chariot, or the petroglyphs of Bohuslän, attesting to maritime or solar ceremonies or myths, show that the exchange of goods is not disconnected from beliefs. Coastal communities have a particular veneration for the sun, the sea, and the cycles of nature, central elements of their survival and identity. Similarly, among the Mycenaeans, the wealth accumulated through trade fuels, lavish funerary rites, confers a quasi-divine charisma upon the elites and nourishes epic tales rooted in the oral history of ancient Greece. The gold masks, shaft graves, fortified palaces, and administrative tablets form a coherent picture where political domination relies on rituals, collective beliefs, and strict management of exchanges. Around 1200 before Christ, however, this prosperity begins to wane. Certain regions are heading towards major changes that will affect the entire Mediterranean basin and continental Europe. For now, in this so-called Middle Bronze Age phase, the trade flows of amber, copper, and tin connect the north and south, while different peoples develop varied artistic forms, many of which are inspired by sun worship or emphasize the prestige of elites. The relics found on the islet of Huelva, more than mere wrecks laden with ingots, reveal an interregional traffic reaching out to the Atlantic. The Mycenaeans, for their part, consolidate a large sphere of influence thanks to their organizational skills, their virtuoso craftsmen, and their rulers eager to glorify their power. At the same time, Nordic societies, through their lure trumpets and their petroglyphs, present an image of a world where navigation, the veneration of solar light, and the exaltation of warrior prowess occupy center stage. This period, centered on the circulation of bronze and amber, therefore reflects not only an economic dynamic, but also the effervescence of beliefs that each community expresses in its rituals and its art. The Mycenaeans, supported by their bureaucratic palaces, forge links with the outside world and adopt certain exotic objects, while the Scandinavians, engaged in amber and tin trade, shape a highly symbolic culture, carried by images of boats and solar horses. Mycenaean tombs, with their gold masks and linear bead tablets, represent the southern counterpart to the northern funerary monuments and rock carvings. All these witnesses demonstrate the diversity of expressions to be measured within the broader framework of Middle Bronze Europe, confirming a remarkable level of integration across the continent. Questions about the precise role of local elites in the history of these exchanges remain numerous, as do those about how interregional alliances are formed. However, archaeological discoveries, whether it be the Sun Chariot in the north, the gold masks in Greece, or the ingots stranded near Huelva, prove that the peoples of the Middle Bronze Age communicate, meet, and exchange far more than was long believed. Products circulate, techniques spread, and the idea of a European trade network, both terrestrial and maritime, takes shape along routes traveled by merchants, craftsmen, and adventurers. All of this is combined with beliefs related to the sun, fertility, and warrior strength, presenting a rich period of innovations, symbols, and upheavals, the study of which provides a surprising visibility on the multicultural roots of prehistoric Europe. During the Middle Bronze Age, this Europe is conceived as a vast network in which each cultural center, from Denmark to the Aegean Sea, makes its specific contribution. Musical instruments, sacred objects, meticulously cast ingots, and refined motifs highlighted in goldsmithery. Navigators sail seas and rivers, transporting not only vital goods, tin, copper, amber, perhaps textiles and other commodities, but also religious traditions, fashion trends, or stylistic influences. The incised figures on the rocks at Bohuslän depicting ship processions, may allude to these distant expeditions. Mycenaean funeral sculptures, with their representations of weapons and chariots, remind us of the importance given to military power. Everywhere, there is an observed interdependence between the control of strategic resources and the assertion of cultural identity. The treasure of Huelva, with its shipwrecks loaded with ingots, thus closes the loop linking the Iberian Peninsula to the entire Atlantic and Mediterranean world. Tangible proof that the circulation of precious metals was not just a theory, but an accomplished fact. Around 1200 before Christ, the Mediterranean and European world experienced an upheaval of rarely matched magnitude. At this point in history, the late Bronze Age societies had already established vast networks of exchange, production, and cultural traditions that united several regions around the Aegean Sea, Anatolia, the Levant, and even beyond into continental Europe. Mycenaean palaces had coordinated for 2 centuries a flourishing economy, while Crete and Cyprus remained vital commercial transit points. In central Anatolia, the Hittite Empire exercised respected authority over wide territories. In the east, the Canaanite cities attested to the cultural influence of the Levant, where alphabetic writing was spreading. On the Egyptian side, the pharaohs of the late 19th and early 20th dynasties continued the tradition of large-scale construction and monuments. However, despite this apparent prosperity, signs pointed to growing tension. Several fortified sites showed traces of brutal destruction or rapid abandonment. Long-distance trade diminished in some areas, and diplomatic archives reported increasingly frequent troubles at the borders. Gradually, a chain of climatic crises, famines, earthquakes, and incursions by warrior populations weakened the political systems all around the Mediterranean. The Sea Peoples appear in Egyptian sources around the 12th century before Christ. Under this modern name, various maritime confederations with uncertain exact identity are grouped. The Paliset, often associated with the Philistines, the Chardanes, the Shekelesh, and other groups mentioned in the inscriptions of the mortuary temple of Medinet Habu, built for Pharaoh Ramses III around 1186 before Christ. These populations, described as having large ships and unprecedented combat capabilities, moved along the eastern Mediterranean coast, attacking cities and kingdoms. They sometimes landed en masse, attempted to settle, and engaged the Egyptian army in spectacular naval battles. The iconography of Medinet Habu depicts these clashes in great detail. The Hittite Empire, weakened by internal conflicts and climatic constraints, eventually disintegrated under the combined pressure of social unrest and the arrival of these invaders. Large urban centers like Hatissa, the Hittite capital, were burned down or deserted, leaving behind abandoned ruins. In the Levant, sites like Ugarit in present-day Syria abruptly ceased to exist, the victim of a violent assault that ended a once thriving port city. The cuneiform tablets found on site testify to the sudden nature of these disasters. The messages engraved on these tablets describe the urgency of the situation. The last message signals the city burning and the panic gripping its inhabitants, praying in vain for their allies to come to their aid. Meanwhile, in Greece, the Mycenaean civilization is also collapsing. Since the 16th century before Christ, the powerful Mycenaean kingdoms, Mycenae, Tyrans, Pylos, among others, have dominated southern Greece, developing a complex palatial system evidenced in monumental architecture, administrative management inscribed in Linear B, and high-level craftsmanship. However, between 1200 and 1150 before Christ, these palaces suffer repeated destructions. Excavations and stratigraphic studies show successive fires in Pylos, breached walls in Mycenae, throne rooms demolished in Tiryns. The exact reasons for these ruins are debated. Some suggest raids from outside, others highlight internal wars and social revolts, or even a combination of seismic factors and droughts that severely weaken the agricultural economy of these regions. In any case, the great palatial centers, guarantors of political stability and commerce, end up disappearing, leading to a noticeable demographic decline throughout the peninsula. The trade routes linking mainland Greece to Cyprus and Anatolia contract, exacerbating the shortage of luxury goods and raw materials. In the Adriatic, there is also a decline in coastal settlements, probably due to both the rarity of trade and increased insecurity at sea. This begins a lesser-known period, often called the Dark Ages of Greece, which leaves fewer written traces and where populations reorganize around smaller communities. On the European continent, this century of upheavals affects central and western areas differently, but no less significantly. In Central Europe, a new funerary culture develops and gradually takes hold, the Urnfield culture, also known as the culture of urn fields. This archaeological phenomenon is illustrated by the widespread practice of cremation and the deposition of ashes in urns, themselves buried in necropolises that can group hundreds or even thousands of decorated containers. This practice, which contrasts sharply with the inhumation under tumuli used during the Middle Bronze Age, extends from regions such as southern Germany and Bohemia to Hungary, Bavaria, and even Lower Austria. The urns are often covered with a lid or an inverted bowl and decorated with geometric patterns, sometimes complemented by bronze funeral offerings. Archaeologists see this as a sign of major religious and social changes. The act of burning bodies, the collective management of burial sites, and the relative standardization of motifs suggest a new form of community organization and a renewal of beliefs related to death and the afterlife. In some regions, the phenomenon is accompanied by population movements, without necessarily taking the form of violent invasions. These groups migrate, carry their funeral customs, sometimes intermingle with local populations, or push them into other territories. The possible causes of these movements range from the search for more fertile agricultural lands to the pursuit of commercial opportunities and the escape from territories that have become unstable due to climate or politics. Natural resources also play a crucial role in this migration dynamic. Bronze, an alloy of copper and tin, remains essential, but its production requires maintaining relatively complex supply networks for ores. Tin, rarer than copper, must be transported from sometimes distant deposits, Cornwall in Great Britain, the Iberian Peninsula, or Central Asia regions. With the rise of unrest in the Mediterranean basin and the slowdown of long-distance trade, the transportation of tin becomes increasingly uncertain. Meanwhile, drought, seismic episodes, or a growing insecurity compromise the economic and political stability of continental kingdoms. Lands that depend on a fragile irrigation system, such as certain areas around the Aegean Sea, see their harvests decline. Livestock decreases, food surpluses dwindle, and populations endure famines and tensions. Some groups then decide to migrate to more humid or more easily defendable areas. Moreover, earthquakes confirmed by geological analyses in the Aegean region exacerbate the destabilization of palaces and the vulnerability of local populations. The multiple destructions create in return a need to rebuild elsewhere or to seek a new home. Thus, due to these various factors, Europe at the turn of the 12th and 11th centuries before Christ is marked by great mobility, which results in the emergence of new cultures as well as the sudden abandonment of other sites. A pivotal point of this period lies in the increasing diffusion and use of iron. Unlike bronze, produced from alloys sourced from different mining regions, iron ore is more abundant and more dispersed across the European continent. Its extraction requires a lower temperature reduction technology known as bloomery or low forge, which, although it remains difficult compared to the smelting of bronze, becomes more widely accessible as blacksmiths improve their techniques. The raw iron obtained is subjected to repeated hammering to remove slag, yielding a metal sufficiently strong for the manufacture of weapons, tools, and various items. Although bronze does not disappear overnight, its monopoly cracks. Communities capable of forging iron gain autonomy from the old trade circuits. They no longer need exotic tin or copper to produce their essential tools. This profoundly alters the balance of local powers. Elites, formerly dominant due to their control of metal supply routes, can no longer maintain their hegemony as easily. Iron tools spread to the more modest layers of the population, promoting a diversification of artisan trades and, in some cases, greater social equality in accessing metallic resources. The archaeological remains from this era thus show a gradual evolution in funerary artifacts. The deposits transition from the predominance of bronze objects to a more varied array, where mild steel obtained by partial carburization of iron begins to make a timid appearance. Cremation, already mentioned in the context of the Urnfield culture, establishes itself as one of the greatest ritual transformations of this period. In the eastern part of Central Europe, groups emerge where this funerary mode eventually almost completely eclipses inhumation. Decorated urns, sometimes adorned with incised patterns or stylized animal representations, become the emblem of these communities that extend from the middle Danube basin to large portions of the Rhine Valley. These urns, arranged in rows, suggest a sense of equality among the deceased, even if some graves stand out due to the richness of bronze objects or the presence of ornaments. Potters develop artistic styles that vary from one region to another: spiral motifs, chevrons, broken lines, schematic human or zoomorphic figures. As excavations proceed, archaeologists identify cultural links between these necropolises, showing that the phenomenon goes beyond simple local changes and corresponds to a broader reconstruction of European societies. Masterpieces of ironwork or bronze could accompany the main urn, sometimes in the form of swords, lance blades, or axes. The generalization of cremation also encourages a new relationship with space. Funerary populations organize vast complexes where multiple generations of graves gather, forming true cities of the dead. On these fields of urns, entire families could be grouped in specific sectors, reflecting a collective vision of the afterlife and differentiation sometimes less marked than before. North of the Alps, incineration quickly spreads, sometimes stimulated by exchanges with more southern areas where this practice already exists. The remains indicate significant human mixing: ceramics of varied styles, metallic objects of distant origin, cult practices blending ancient traditions and new influences. In many areas, population groupings, likely resulting from successive migrations, form and spread, gradually transforming the map of settlements. In some cases, fortified sites develop on summits or hills to monitor valleys and control passageways. Along the Danube, concentrations of urn burials show the extension of this cultural phenomenon into the Hungarian plain and even beyond. The rituals associated with incineration also evolve in their symbolic dimension. Traces of ritual banquets, animal offerings, and libations around the pyres are found. Excavations often uncover pits filled with bones, either because funeral ceremony remains were deposited there, or because later cult gatherings related to ancestor memory took place there. Around 900 before Christ, the large region of Central Europe gives birth to a culture that will profoundly mark the early Iron Age, the Hallstatt culture. This name is derived from a major archaeological site in Austria, near a lake surrounded by mountains rich in rock salt. At that time, salt exploitation represents an economic asset. The precious mineral allows food preservation and sometimes serves as a currency equivalent in certain exchanges. The galleries of Hallstatt, excavated by archaeologists, reveal ancient mining installations astonishingly sophisticated for such an ancient chronological horizon. Wooden pillars, drainage systems, and even traces of rudimentary tools testify to the tenacity of miners who extract large salt blocks before transporting them to other communities. The prosperity linked to salt bestows high status on certain local elites. In the heart of the Central European valleys, princely tombs appear, often endowed with rich funerary deposits. These tombs are notable for their size, but also for their furniture, which includes luxurious jewelry, superior quality weapons, and sometimes a ceremonial chariot. It is easy to imagine that these chariots, made of wood and reinforced with metal, allowed the chiefs to travel with flair in their lifetime to impress allies and rivals. Among the most famous burial sites, that of Hochdorf in Germany particularly draws attention. It belongs to what is called the cycle of princely tombs and reveals the lavish ritual surrounding the death of a powerful figure. In this funerary chamber, there is a true bronze drinking service, an ornate funerary couch, and remnants of precious textiles. The discovery of an oversized golden torque, perhaps only ceremonial, reflects the technical mastery of the artisans of the time and reinforces the idea that these leaders lived in a world where prestige was measured by the splendor and rarity of objects. At the same time, to the south, the Mediterranean basin experiences great population movements and an intensification of merchant navigations. For several centuries, the Phoenicians have been sailing the sea, establishing coastal trading posts to exchange their luxury products, metal objects, purple-dyed textiles, and worked ivories for local raw materials. The Greeks, on their part, also engage in maritime expeditions, founding true colonies and laying the foundations of what would become a vast cultural diaspora. A few early emporia then appear on the European shores, extending Mediterranean influence ever further north. In Aleria, on the eastern coast of Corsica, the Greeks establish an urban nucleus, creating an active exchange hub between the interior of the island and the outside world. In present-day Catalonia, Emporion, now Empres, also becomes a prosperous trading center where local goods mix with imported products from the entire eastern Mediterranean. Massalia, the future Marseille, asserts itself as one of the main points of contact between Greek navigators and the Celtic populations of southern Gaul. The establishment of this Greek settlement leads to the arrival of ceramics, oils, bronze objects, and above all, wine, still unknown to the communities of the north. Gradually, these trading posts transform into cultural gateways. They allow not only for the circulation of gastronomic and craft products, but also for the transmission of new techniques. Wine, a flagship product of the Mediterranean, thus crosses the Alpine barrier and attracts Central European elites. Access to this exotic beverage becomes both a symbol of power and a diplomatic tool. Banquets, sometimes reconstructed by archaeology, reveal an entire ritual around the consumption of wine. Bronze vessels, craters imported from Greece, finely decorated cups. Amphoras, these large ceramic jars capable of holding several liters, are frequently found north of the coastal basins, proving the extent of commercial flows. This phenomenon gains importance over the decades, reshaping local hierarchies and strengthening the position of leaders capable of acquiring these products from distant lands.
Every layer, every emotion.
Parallel to this diffusion of wine, another revolution is set in motion: the alphabet. The Phoenicians, having early developed a simple and practical writing system, greatly influenced the Greek world, which draws inspiration from it to shape its own alphabet. In turn, the Greek alphabet inspires that of the Etruscans, a great people of Italy, whose civilization dominates the Tuscan Peninsula and is characterized by refined craftsmanship, complex urban organization, and a keen interest in commercial navigation. The Etruscans adopt certain letters, modify others, and use them to engrave inscriptions on both precious objects and everyday ceramics. Through their vast exchange network, these inscriptions travel north, cross the mountains, and frequent the trading posts of Central Europe. Archaeologists regularly uncover fragments of pottery bearing simple Etruscan graffiti. These brief inscriptions, sometimes names, sometimes votive or commercial formulas, attest to the local population's curiosity for writing, even if its mastery is likely limited to a few individuals linked to commerce or religion. The routes taken by these innovations often overlap with natural pathways such as rivers and alpine passes. The Rhone axis, for instance, presents itself as an ideal corridor, linking the Mediterranean shores to the northern lands of Gaul and, beyond that, to the regions traversed by the Danube. Along these routes, the Hallstatt culture greatly benefits from the influx of new objects, skills, and goods. Local political structures adapt to this intensification of contacts. The Hallstattian communities reinforce certain fortified positions, sometimes located on natural elevations, and welcome expert craftsmen capable of reproducing Mediterranean styles or integrating ornamental elements from the east. Aristocratic tombs are then adorned with painted ceramics, banquet utensils, and ornaments that reflect the elite's desire to distinguish themselves by showcasing rare riches. To the north and south of this influence zone, there is a certain fascination for exotic objects: crafted bronze, polychrome tableware, sealed amphorae sometimes containing strongly flavored wines, as well as necklaces and bracelets made with particular refinement. In these exchanges, it often happens that local artisans create hybrid pieces, blending traditional motifs of the nascent Celtic Europe, spirals, volutes, stylized animal representations, with more geometric Mediterranean forms. This artistic blending gives rise to a new aesthetic repertoire, marking the first steps towards a more assertive Celtic identity, characteristic of subsequent generations. The circulation of salt, wine, and writing, likely accompanied by some metallurgical and religious knowledge, also brings about social upheavals. In many cases, the chiefs of the Hallstatt era solidify their power by controlling trade flows, protecting caravans of donkeys or horses, and negotiating allies and military resources in exchange for commercial privileges. Some are buried in mortuary chambers where relics of chariots, banquet bowls, and sometimes gold or silver torques sit side by side. Beyond personal prestige, these rituals reinforce the idea of a great confederation of clans sharing a common taste for ostentation and aristocratic banqueting. By the middle of the 5th century before Christ, Central and Western Europe enters a new cultural and artistic phase that archaeologists would later call the Latène culture. This term refers to a site discovered in the 19th century on the shores of Lake Neuchâtel in Switzerland, where a significant quantity of metal objects and jewelry elements was unearthed. Extending until the 2nd century before Christ, this period corresponds to the zenith of Celtic peoples, whose influence stretched from the British Isles to the Balkan region and even to Asia Minor. The art, social organization, and military expansions of this era illustrate the dynamism of these societies. The Latène culture is notably characterized by a unique artistic style, recognizable by its curves and S-shaped vegetal motifs. These ornaments decorated weapons, jewelry, and even some everyday objects. Celtic artisans excelled in metalwork, using both bronze and iron to produce long swords and finely decorated scabbards. Shields, either oval or elongated, were distinguished by a central piece, umbo, sometimes richly crafted. This refined aesthetic distanced itself from earlier geometric or naturalistic representations, marking a form of visual identity unique to the Celtic peoples who were asserting their power and cultural influence. The discovery of the eponymous La Tène site dates back to 1857, when artifacts were revealed by the receding waters of Lake Neuchâtel. The initial excavations uncovered more than 2,500 objects, including swords, scabbards, spearheads, and various pieces of jewelry. This archaeological treasure, also comprised of remnants of shields and offensive or defensive weapons, demonstrates the importance of metal in the martial practices of the time. Researchers also found the presence of fibulae, types of clothing pins, and bronze ornaments, evidence of high-quality craftsmanship. The study of these finds has provided a better understanding of the technological and social evolution of Celtic communities. La Tène also marks a turning point in the social organization of the Celts. Communities increasingly settled in large, fortified, and structured agglomerations known as oppida. Notable examples include Bibracht in the French Morvan and Manching in Bavaria. These sites, often established on strategic heights, featured complex ramparts and sometimes multiple lines of defense. Beyond their military role, oppida served as political and religious centers, as well as commercial hubs where raw materials such as salt or metals and jewelry were exchanged. These proto-urban fortresses attest to a growing hierarchy and networking of local elites. Another indicator of the structural evolution of these societies is the appearance and spread of poteen coins. This type of metal, an alloy of bronze enriched with tin and lead, was suitable for making struck or cast coins, often adorned with stylized motifs. The use of money reflects a more sophisticated economy integrated into medium to long-range trade exchanges. Archaeologists have found these coins across a wide part of Celtic Europe, suggesting that trade networks linked the oppida and other neighboring regions. The presence of money also highlights the increasing role of certain groups of notables, guarantors of monetary circulation and economic stability. During this period, the Celts extended their influence beyond their traditional territories. Demographic development, the search for new resources, and warlike ambition partly explain these movements. The Celts were not a unified state, but rather a mosaic of tribes sharing a similar language, culture, and religious practices. This did not prevent large coalitions from forming temporarily and launching major military expeditions. As early as the 5th century before Christ, Celtic groups crossed the Alps and entered northern Italy, provoking conflicts with the already established Etruscan and Gallic communities. This pressure on southern territories precedes one of the most famous episodes in Celtic history, the sack of Rome. In 390, before Christ, a Celtic chieftain named Brennus led an army of Gallic warriors to the gates of Rome. Ancient sources, particularly those of Livy and Polybius, describe this episode as a major shock to the young Roman Republic. The Celtic troops surprised the Romans at the Battle of the Allia, located northeast of the city, on July 18th, according to some traditions. The ill-prepared Roman soldiers were routed. Rome was eventually occupied and suffered heavy damages. Later accounts mention Brennus's famous exclamation, "Vae victis woe," to the vanquished, uttered during a ransom payment the Romans reportedly had to make in gold to save the city. Despite the uncertainties surrounding the accuracy of certain details, the sack of Rome illustrates the audacity and mobility of these warriors. The long-term consequences are manifold. Rome, humiliated, strengthened its defense and undertook to consolidate its military power, while the Celts confirmed their formidable reputation. However, no lasting alliance emerged from this victory, as Celtic groups remained independent of each other. During the 4th century before Christi, they also directed their ambitions towards other territories, crossed the Balkans, and even threatened Greek cities. This expansionist momentum culminated in the 3rd century before Christi with the establishment of bands of Celtic mercenaries and conquerors in Asia Minor, where they formed the people known as the Galatians. In 278 before Christ, a significant contingent of Celts crossed the Hellespont, present-day Dardanelles, and entered Anatolia. These warriors, known as Galatians, took advantage of local rivalries. The Hellenistic kingdoms from Alexander the Great's empire were then employing mercenaries to conduct their internal struggles. The Galatians gradually settled in the central region of Anatolia, near present-day Ankara, where they established lasting centers of power. This movement illustrates the remarkable projection capacity of these Celtic groups, able to traverse considerable distances and adapt to political and geographical contexts far different from their native lands. In these eastern conflicts, a famous anecdote recounts the destabilizing sound impact of the Celtic war trumpet, called carnix. This long metal trumpet, ending with a mouthpiece in the shape of an animal head, often that of a boar, produced a guttural and shrill sound. Some ancient authors report that during clashes against armies equipped with war elephants, the trumpeting of these beasts would not have sufficed to contain the panic provoked by the carnix. The Celtic trumpets were designed to scare the enemy and galvanize the fighters, while emphasizing the solemn and sometimes ritualistic nature of the battle. This psychological dimension reveals the importance of martial symbolism among the Celts. The carnix was but one element among others within the arsenal and the war staging. The Celts favored long swords, which could be wielded with one or two hands, preferably during individual duels or pitched battles. The scabbard, often ornate, demonstrated the close relationship between the military object and social status. War chiefs also wore bronze helmets, sometimes topped with horns or figurative elements intended to impress. In combat, the metallic clash of weapons, combined with the din of war cries and instruments, created a theatrical atmosphere aimed as much at destabilizing the enemy as at exalting bravery. Military prestige was a central pillar of Celtic hierarchy. In the middle of the 8th century before Christ, according to ancient tradition, the city of Rome was born on the banks of the Tiber, one of the central rivers of the Italian peninsula. This founding event is commonly dated to the year 753 before Christ, a chronological milestone that many Romans of the Republican and Imperial era considered as the starting point of their history. Although the accounts relating to the origin of Rome are partly legendary, they reveal the essential role that myths and collective beliefs played in reinforcing the civic identity of the first inhabitants settled on the 7 hills visible around the Tiber. Among these hills, the Palatine, the Aventine, and the Capitoline are often mentioned as primitive sites of occupation, whose progressive development gave birth to a unified city. According to the most famous version, it was Romulus, a semi-legendary figure who founded Rome after surviving an extraordinary childhood, placed in a basket on the waters of the Tiber with his brother Remus. He escaped death thanks to the providential intervention of a she-wolf. This she-wolf, symbolized by the animal emblem of the city, nursed and protected them until a shepherd named Faustulus took them in. As adults, the two brothers disputed supremacy over the new foundation, and Romulus eventually eliminated Remus before giving his name to the nascent city. The figure of Romulus thus became the archetype of the founding king, associated with the idea of a community initially crude and modest, but destined for a great future. The early days of Rome are described as a period of kingship, during which several monarchs succeeded one another, each associated with particular achievements or reforms. After Romulus, tradition lists kings such as Numa Pompilius, credited with the establishment of religious institutions, Tullus Hostilius, and Ancus Marcius, reputed for their military campaigns or the consolidation of Roman territory, then Tarquin the Elder and Servius Tullius, also linked to political and urban innovations. Modern historians believe that while these characters may have existed, their biographies remain partly mythified. Be that as it may, primitive Roman monarchy appears as a transitional stage between the communities of Latin villages and an organized city-state. Among the best-known kings are the Tarquins, a dynasty of probable Etruscan origin, established in Rome in the 6th century before Christ. The Etruscans were then a powerful civilization in the north of the peninsula, occupying an area roughly corresponding to present-day Tuscany. The Tarquins are said to have developed the urban face of Rome, strengthening its fortifications and organizing structured public spaces. Under their influence, the city was equipped with sewer systems, known as the Cloaca Maxima, and an initial arrangement of the Forum, the central square where the main political, religious, and commercial gatherings took place. This forum, located in a valley between several hills, henceforth embodies the civic heart of Rome, a symbolic place where the great affairs of the city are discussed and where religious and political monuments are erected. The last Etruscan king, Tarquin the Proud, is depicted as an authoritarian monarch whose reign supposedly provoked strong exasperation. Tradition tells that the moral outrage committed against Lucretia, a Roman patrician by Tarquin's son, sparked an uprising led by local aristocrats. They expelled the dynasty in 509 before Christ and put an end to the monarchy. In place of this monarchical regime, the elites instituted a new form of government, the Roman Republic. The transition from monarchy to republic marks a major turning point in the history of Rome, laying the foundations of a political system in which power is supposed to be distributed among several magistrates and controlled by assemblies. Firstly, the supreme magistracy was no longer entrusted to a single king, but to two consuls elected annually. This duality was meant to prevent the return of a single authority. However, these consuls exercised their power only in accordance with the laws and under the supervision of two major bodies. On one hand, the Senate, composed mainly of former magistrates, embodied institutional continuity and political expertise. On the other hand, the popular assemblies, including the centuriate assemblies, grouped citizens according to a class and century system. In this framework, each century had one vote, and this reflected the distribution of citizens based on their wealth and their capacity to equip themselves militarily. Therefore, wealthier citizens held more political weight, which already reveals the dominant influence of the aristocracy within this new regime. The centuriate assemblies had the prerogative to elect superior magistrates, consuls, praetors, censors, and to vote on certain laws, while the Senate, the guarantor of stability, advised the magistrates and intervened in foreign policy or the direction of sacred affairs. Over time, other assemblies developed, such as the plebeian council, focused on the representation of the lower classes. Thus, the Roman Republic established in 509 before Christ was characterized by a partial balance of powers, although the patricians, those aristocratic families claiming a legendary ancestry, retained the advantage in most strategic decisions. In this new republican framework, Rome faced numerous challenges, particularly the struggle to assert its dominance in the central part of the Italian peninsula. The Latins, a group of culturally related cities, were in the same region. Some were allies, others were in competition against Rome. Further south, the Samnites, a mountain people occupying a large part of the central Apennine, represented a significant military force organized into tribal leagues. Three major conflicts, known as the Samnite Wars, occurred between 343 and 290 before Christ and marked a fundamental step in Roman expansion. Initially, Rome sought to protect its Campanian allies against Samnite incursions, but soon, the ambition to control routes and territories manifested. The Second Samnite War from 326 to 304 before Christ proved to be particularly challenging for Rome. It first experienced bitter setbacks, including the famous episode at the Caudine Forks in 321 before Christ, where a Roman army was forced by the Samnites to pass under the yoke, meaning to march humiliatingly between spears arranged in a portico shape. However, this defeat, perceived as a national affront, galvanized the Republic, which reorganized its legions and strengthened ties with its allies. As part of the war effort, the Appian Way was constructed starting in 312 before Christ. This road, conceived at the initiative of the censor Appius Claudius Caecus, connected Rome to Capua in Campania, allowing faster movement of troops and supplies. It was gradually extended southward, and its strategic role became crucial in Rome's advancement, also facilitating commercial exchanges beyond the strict military perimeter. In its policy towards defeated or allied peoples, Rome showed great institutional flexibility. Instead of systematically destroying adversarial cities, Rome sometimes offered them peace treaties and plans for gradual integration. Roman citizenship was then granted in various ways, often in graded tiers. Some groups or cities received full citizenship with voting rights and participation in assemblies, while others obtained citizenship status without voting rights. This clever policy encouraged the loyalty of Italian cities to Rome, as they saw in it the opportunity to eventually gain full civic rights. At the same time, it allowed the Romans to ensure continuous military recruitment and develop resources and labor over an increasingly vast territory. At the end of the Samnite Wars, Rome emerged as the rising power in central Italy. The Samnites, forced to cede portions of their territory and form unequal alliances with Rome, were now within the Roman sphere of influence. In this way, the Romans consolidated their hegemonic project on the peninsula. From 300 to 264. Before Christ, other conflicts broke out here and there, notably with the Etruscans, the Umbrians, and some Greek cities of Magna Graecia located in the southern zone. Each confrontation reinforced Rome's position as Roman troops gained experience and logistics improved. Roads, administration, and diplomacy now formed a coherent framework, already preparing the groundwork for future military ventures, including those later directed against Carthage in the south or against the Gauls in the north. In the midst of these transformations, one of the most famous episodes in Roman history, illustrating the spirit of individual courage and civic virtue, dates precisely from the early Republic, during the crisis period immediately following the expulsion of the kings. It is the feat of Horatius Cocles on the Sublician Bridge. This wooden footbridge, likely one of the first bridges built in Rome to cross the Tiber, got its name from sublicae, the Latin word for the wooden beams used as supports. The story recounts that when the Etruscans led by King Lars Porsena marched against Rome hoping to reinstate Tarquin the Proud on the throne, the Roman legions, still fresh and little seasoned under the Republican regime, felt the pressure of such an assault. Horatius, nicknamed Cocles because of a deformity or an eye injury, is said to have stood at the head of the bridge to prevent enemy troops from crossing the Tiber. While his companions busied themselves destroying the bridge deck behind him, he fought bravely, practically blocking the Etruscan advance by himself. According to tradition, Horatius Cocles urged his fellow citizens to cut the bridge to prevent Porsenna's army from entering the city. Once the bridge was sufficiently damaged, he jumped into the water, praying to the gods to bring him safely back to the Roman bank. Admired for his bravery, he is said to have managed to reach the shore, thus becoming a model of devotion to the res publica, the public good. This anecdote, shared by numerous ancient authors like Livy, illustrates Rome's desire to present itself as a people capable of heroic acts to protect its newly acquired freedom. Horatius Cocles, by choosing to stand alone against the invader, embodies the image of a still fragile republic, ready to risk the lives of its citizens to resist the return of monarchical tyranny. Beyond its legendary dimension, this feat remains a powerful symbol of Roman culture, which values virtue, courage, valor, fides loyalty, qualities deemed essential to ensure the cohesion of a state in the process of construction. The tensions with the Etruscans did not immediately disappear after this episode. Rome still had to face attacks or form defensive coalitions with other Latin cities. Gradually, however, Etruscan influence receded, particularly when the power of the northern Etruscan cities weakened, and the Romans gained the advantage in this regional rivalry. The scattered conflicts against Veii, one of the most important Etruscan cities, testified to the successive clashes and Rome's perseverance in expanding and securing its borders. Progressively, the entire region of Latium and parts of Etruria fell under Roman control, fostering the influx of wealth and servile labor, which encouraged new military and infrastructural campaigns. The conquest of the Italian peninsula was not only a matter of battles, it also involved a whole process of negotiations, compromises, and integration. It was common for Rome to sign treaties called foedera with local communities, precisely defining mutual obligations, primarily military, and rules of governance. The allied cities or peoples committed to providing contingents of soldiers and not allying with other powers, while Rome guaranteed a certain internal autonomy, except in cases of agreement breaches. Since each city aspired to maintain at least partially its customs, Rome used a long-term diplomatic strategy. The creation of a network of partnerships across the peninsula favored political stability and prepared future expeditions against major Mediterranean powers. Moreover, these alliances gradually broadened the recruitment base for the legions, vital for the pursuit of expansion. By the mid-3rd century before Christ, while the Roman Republic had already defeated the Samnites and extended its influence to southern Italy, the stage was set for new confrontations beyond the peninsula. Yet, from 753 to 264 before Christ, the major events remained focused on Rome's evolution from its hypothetical status as a small rural village to its status as the dominant power in Latium and neighboring regions. Collective memory retains the legendary reign of Romulus, urban growth under the Etruscan influence of the Tarquins, the creation of the Forum, which became the seat of civic power, the fall of the monarchy in 509, the establishment of a republican regime characterized by a magisterial function, the ever-growing authority of a senate, and popular assemblies like the centuriate assemblies, partial arbiters of the city's fate. At each step, Rome had to adapt its institutions and military strategy. From the confrontation with the Etruscans to the harshness of the Samnite Wars, the Romans perfected their combat techniques, troop organization, and logistics, notably symbolized by the gradual construction of the road network, of which the Appian Way is the most famous example. Successive victories reinforced Roman identity and the awareness of its leading role, while the integration of diverse populations under legally hierarchical statuses assured the internal cohesion of the Republic, all while maintaining the supremacy of the Roman elite. Traces of this period are still visible in the topography of the city of Rome, where one can spot the early outlines of the archaic Forum, and, further south, the beginning of the ancient Appian Way that crosses the Porta Capena and heads towards Capua. Although the original Pons Sublicius no longer exists as Horatius Cocles would have known it, the story of this solitary defender against the Etruscans still resonates in the collective imagination. It reminds us that the beginnings of the Republic were marked by heroic acts, exalting freedom and attachment to the new form of government. In the middle of the 3rd century before Christ, the Roman Republic was still only a regional power that had gradually expanded its territory to encompass the entire Italian peninsula. Its republican institutions, composed of the Senate and magistracies, had managed to coordinate efforts to consolidate a network of allied cities. Roman soldiers, enlisted according to a censitary system that largely mobilized the peasantry, defended nearby borders. Yet it was at this time that Rome was preparing to embark on a series of conflicts of unprecedented scale. The major enemy was located south of the Mediterranean, the city-state of Carthage, situated on the coasts of present-day Tunisia. This maritime and commercial power dominated vast territories, ranging from North Africa to certain regions of the Iberian Peninsula. The clash between Rome and Carthage, known as the Punic Wars, from the name the Romans gave to the Carthaginians, the Paeoni, would change not only the face of the Mediterranean, but also the destiny of the Iberian Peninsula, and by extension, the entire Europe. The First Punic War broke out in 264 before Christ, when Rome decided to intervene in Sicily. This large island, rich in grain, was contested between local cities and mercenaries from Italy. Carthage already had strategic footholds there and did not wish to see Rome establish itself. For the Romans, control of Sicily was vital to ensure a stable supply of wheat and, more broadly, to assert their power at sea. At first, the Roman armies were more suited to land warfare. Rome did not yet have a significant naval fleet. Aware of its naval disadvantage, the Republic embarked on an audacious military revolution, hastily constructing hundreds of warships, largely imitating the captured and studied Carthaginian models. One of the decisive elements of this new navy was the invention of the boarding corvus, the famous corvus. This device was a gangway, equipped with a hook, that, once lowered onto an enemy deck, anchored firmly into the adversary's ship. This innovation allowed legionaries, accustomed to hand-to-hand combat, to transform naval battles into terrestrial confrontations on an improvised bridge. Gradually, Rome began to assert itself at sea, despite Carthage's centuries-old experience. Naval battles, such as the one at Mylae in 260s, before Christ, demonstrated that the new device could bring Rome to victory. However, the war was long and exhausting for both powers. The Carthaginians, led by great generals from prestigious families like the Bartids, resisted fiercely. The conflict lasted more than 20 years before Carthage, exhausted, conceded Sicily to Rome in 241 before Christ. It was then a triumph for the Republic. For the first time in its history, it administered a province outside the Italian peninsula, laying the foundations for the future Roman domination over the entire Mediterranean basin. That Carthage accepted the loss of Sicily did not mean the end of the rivalry. A few decades later, the emergence of an exceptional strategist, Hannibal Barca, reignited the conflict, Raised in hatred of Rome, Hannibal had distinguished himself in Hispania, modern-day Spain, where the Carthaginians, after the First Punic War, had sought to compensate for the loss of Sicily by developing a new power center. The city of Carthago Nova, Cartagena, became a crucial military port and a rallying point for troops and war elephants. In 218 before Christ, Hannibal launched an unprecedented expedition, crossing the Pyrenees and then southern Gaul to finally traverse the Alps with dozens of elephants, an incredible logistical feat considered impossible by many. This bold maneuver marked the beginning of the Second Punic War. The goal was to surprise Rome and rally the Gallic peoples, who harbored various grievances against the Italian power, to the Carthaginian cause. The operation was a success on the initial battlefields. Hannibal caused astonishment by inflicting heavy defeats on the Romans, notably at Lake Trasimene in 217 before Christ, and especially at Cannae in 216 before Christ, where the Roman army was encircled and almost annihilated. This victory remains famous for the double envelopment tactic that Hannibal employed, spectacularly trapping the Roman legion. Despite these triumphs, Hannibal does not manage to make Rome surrender. The Republic mobilizes all its demographic and financial resources, relies on its powerful Italian alliance, and adopts a strategy of delay under the leadership of Consul Fabius Maximus. Nicknamed Cunctator the Delayer, he avoids pitched battles and gradually wears down the Carthaginians. Meanwhile, a young Roman general, Scipio Africanus, begins to counterattack directly in Africa after having repelled the Carthaginian influence in Spain. Thus, he forces Hannibal to leave Italy to defend Carthage itself. The decisive encounter takes place at Zama in 202 before Christ. The Numidian cavalry, allied with the Romans and the discipline of the legion, ultimately triumph over the Carthaginian elephants. Hannibal is defeated. The Second Punic War ends with a harsh treaty for Carthage, which must abandon most of its fleet, pay a heavy tribute, and give up its ambitions outside of Africa. Rome, on the other hand, establishes its hegemony in the western Mediterranean. It now controls Sicily, Corsica, Sardinia, and a large part of Spain. While the Third Punic War, 149-146, before Christ, does not have the military scope of the two preceding ones, it nevertheless illustrates the Roman decision to completely annihilate Carthage, which some senators still consider a threat. The speeches of Cato the Elder remain famous for their leitmotif Carthago delenda est, Carthage must be destroyed. When the Romans lay siege to the city, the Carthaginians try to defend themselves vigorously, hastily manufacturing weapons in their workshops. Finally, after violent street fighting, the city falls. The Romans destroy a large part of the walls, disperse the survivors as slaves or colonists, and annex the Carthaginian region definitively into the new province of Africa. This final act confirms the overwhelming Roman superiority over the entire northern facade of the Mediterranean and on most of its southern shoreline. Parallel to these campaigns against Carthage, the Roman Republic becomes increasingly involved in the affairs of the eastern Mediterranean basin. For a long time, Greece and Macedonia have been major centers of civilization. The legacy of Alexander the Great, who died in 323 before Christ, has given rise to several Hellenistic kingdoms: the Ptolemies in Egypt, the Seleucids in the east, the Attalids of Pergamum in Asia Minor, and the Antigonids in Macedonia. Rome, already established in Illyria on the Adriatic coast, closely monitors Macedonia. For the Romans, Macedonia appears as either a potential threat or an unstable ally depending on the alliances of the moment. The Macedonian kings, notably Philip V and then his son Perseus, try to resist this Roman incursion while maintaining influence over the Greek city-states further south. The tensions lead to several wars known as the Macedonian Wars. The most decisive occurs under the reign of King Perseus, when Roman troops, led by Consul Lucius Aemilius Paulus, confront the Macedonian army at the Battle of Pydna in 168 before Christ. Ancient historians describe this battle as a clash between the traditional Macedonian phalanx, inherited from Alexander's conquests, and the manipular organization of the Roman legion. The phalanx, consisting of tight ranks of soldiers armed with long pikes called sarissas, had already proven its formidable effectiveness in breaking enemy lines. However, it shows its limitations when the terrain is uneven or when cohesion breaks. At Pydna, the Macedonian army is initially impressive, but as soon as the line of pikes becomes disjointed, the Romans brilliantly exploit the open spaces, slip through the gaps, and neutralize the compact formation. This confrontation turns to Rome's advantage. Panic takes hold of the Macedonian ranks, and the legion eventually cuts down the phalangites. The consequences are immediate. Perseus is captured, Macedonia is placed under Roman control, and the still independent Greek city-states now fear Rome's power. In the medium term, Greece will come under increasing Roman influence, leading to the transformation of several regions into provinces. The artistic treasures, libraries, and Greek knowledge gradually travel toward Italy, fueling Roman admiration and fascination for Hellenic culture. In Western Europe, the effects of these conquests are quickly felt. The wealth brought back by Rome is immense. The Punic Wars had already yielded enormous spoils, but the taking of Macedonia and its mining heritage, as well as many Greek cities, further enriched the Roman elite. A large number of luxury items, statues, and jewelry flood into Rome. However, the most tangible mark of this gigantic expansion is the massive arrival of slaves. The conquered populations are sometimes sold in bulk. Some of the surviving Carthaginians after the fall of the city, Macedonians from unfortunate military campaigns, or rebellious populations from the Iberian Peninsula end up in specialized markets, like the one in Delos in the Aegean Sea. Rome, which already counts slaves in the service of wealthy patrician and plebeian families, sees this servile workforce multiply. In the Italian peninsula, large rural estates, called latifundia, develop, owned by large senatorial families. They primarily exploit the cultivation of wheat, vines, or olive trees. Slaves work intensively there, while the small Italian farmer, engrossed with military obligations or unable to compete with the yields of these large estates, becomes increasingly marginalized. Economically, the Roman state, bolstered by new sources of revenue, tribes imposed on the provinces, taxes on commerce, can afford to more broadly issue its currency. The Roman denarius, created in the late 3rd century before Christ, becomes the silver coin of reference throughout the area where Rome extends its influence. This small metal disc bearing the profile of gods or allegories is imposed in commercial transactions, from Italy to the most distant shores of Gaul. International trade increases as Rome binds new peoples through treaties or force. Now, Gallic tin, Italian wine, or Iberian olive oil are paid for in Roman denarii, thus promoting the economic integration of very diverse territories. Greek, Punic, or Celtic merchants, who once manipulated their own coins, adopt for many the republican currency. This usage reinforces the idea of a form of Roman monetary sovereignty, even in still autonomous areas. Beyond the great Mediterranean routes, the influence of Rome impacts the very structure of the European societies contacted. In many regions, tribal chiefs or local aristocrats seek to approach the republican apparatus to benefit from the new situation. The contrast is no less great between Italy, now the heart of a forming empire, and more northern regions where tribal ways of life persist. Hannibal's expedition to Gaul had already initiated certain contacts, showing that these peoples could have considerable weight in the course of Mediterranean wars. In exchange for military services, providing horses, or recognition of sovereignty, Rome can grant privileges, even establish treaties of friendship. This mechanism, combined with the circulation of the denarius, strengthens a web of alliances where Roman culture, but also its fiscal demands, begin to radiate. In the Iberian Peninsula, the conquest and colonization undertaken by Rome, initially motivated by the need to deprive Carthage of its bases, continue well beyond the Second Punic War. The Romans discover fertile regions and especially rich silver mines, notably in Baetica, modern-day Andalusia, contributing to their economic superiority. The influx of precious metals further increases the importance of the denarius in exchanges, while new military, then colonial cities emerge. These outposts secure commercial routes, bringing a continuous flow of raw materials back to Rome. The native peoples, often of Celtiberian culture, occasionally resist. Long sieges, like those of Saguntum at the beginning of the Second Punic War, or later of Numantia, testify to a Roman will to strengthen control over the peninsula. The vanquished are sometimes sent to Italy as slaves, further fueling the low-cost agrarian economy. In the span of a century, between 264 and 133 before Christ, Rome thus conquered Sicily, Corsica, and Sardinia, crushed Carthage, subdued Spain, gained a foothold in Greece and Macedonia. This phenomenal expansion relies as much on the military superiority of the legion as on political adaptability and the gradual integration of local elites. Combat techniques evolve alongside logistical organization. A network of roads, ports, and fortresses facilitates the movement of troops across multiple theaters of operations. At sea, the naval mastery acquired during the Punic Wars remains a major strategic legacy. The Western Mediterranean has become what the Romans call Mare Nostrum, our sea, a space partially unified by new diplomatic and commercial power relationships. Values and superior models of military thought, civic administration, and naval architecture circulate from one end of the basin to the other. As the Roman Republic asserts itself, it also exerts a transformative effect on the conquered societies. Some open themselves to Roman products and culture. Local aristocracies sometimes grow rich through lucrative commercial relations with the provinces or via the latest conquests, while the small peasantry of Italy finds itself destabilized by the competition from large estates. This social shift heralds future internal troubles in Rome, as many veterans, once their military campaigns are completed, struggle to find their place in a rural world dominated by the latifundia. The spoils of war also fuel the construction of temples, places of entertainment, and the maintenance of urban infrastructure. Impressive buildings, often thanks to the arrival of booty and foreign marble, emerge in the capital and reflect the growing power of the Republic on the Mediterranean scene. The monetary system completes the cohesion of this ensemble. The denarius, a standard silver coin, becomes the almost universal standard in the Roman area of domination. In Gaul, where exchanges based on local barter or Celtic coinage still persist, its introduction is a factor of economic unification. The riverside communities of the Rhone or the Narbonnese, newly conquered or allied, better integrate into the Roman sphere thanks to this common monetary support. Over time, this currency even inspires some imitated productions by the Gallic peoples, who observe and gradually adopt elements of Roman culture, anticipating major transformations for Europe as a whole. Merchants, whether Roman, Greek, or local, appreciate the reliability of the denarius and open up to new markets. Thus, gradually, a network of exchanges weaves together, consolidating Rome's political supremacy in these regions. At the end of this phase of Republican expansion, between the end of the Third Punic War and the progressive conquest of Greece, the Mediterranean has become the theater of intense commercial activity to the benefit of the Republic. Slaves, for their part, fuel the economy of large estates and urban workshops. The social status of these transplanted populations engenders in the years that follow sometimes violent tensions, notably large-scale slave revolts in Sicily. But for now, the system of exploitation and victorious battles reinforce the prosperity of the senatorial class and generate a quasi-continuous flow of money to the urbs. Fine objects, works of art, significant quantities of grains and precious goods are imported from the east. The increasingly wealthy Roman senators invest their capital in new lands and secure ever larger clienteles. The celebrations of triumphs in Rome, lavish and rich in processions of slaves and trophies, reinforce the idea that the Republic's vocation is to expand beyond Italy. During these pivotal decades, the alliance between the disciplined legion and Roman diplomacy, coupled with skillful financial management, ushered the Mediterranean into a new era. The small independent city-states struggled to compete. They had to come to terms with the victor and adapt to the conquering presence of Rome. Once competitive maritime paths transformed into routes controlled or monitored by a powerful fleet. Goods circulated more quickly, wealthy landowners expanded giant estates, and landless freemen either joined the army or tried their luck in the new provinces. Thus, the Republic gradually left its mark on Europe, North Africa, and Asia Minor, showing a power capable of reshaping the political and economic balances of entire regions. Around 133, before Christ, the Roman Republic found itself at a decisive turning point in its history. After extending its influence over a significant part of the Mediterranean basin, Rome increasingly faced internal tensions and revolts at its borders. In the Iberian Peninsula, several peoples rose up to resist Roman domination, while in the Italian peninsula itself, social disparities were widening. Politicians such as Tiberius Gracchus tried to propose agrarian laws to redistribute land to the most destitute citizens, provoking fierce opposition within the senatorial aristocracy. At the same time, the recruitment of the army began to show its limits, as only landowners had benefited from the right and duty to serve under Roman standards. These men, already engaged on various theaters of operation, could no longer cover all the military needs of the Republic. Moreover, the presence of non-Roman populations in conquered regions raised the question of their integration and loyalty to Republican institutions. It was in this general context of instability, both internal and external, that several crises and conflicts emerged successively, redefining the power of Rome and its relationship with its European territories. In Iberia, the resistance to Roman armies crystallized notably around the city of Numantia and in other Celtic or Celtiberian communities. Numantia, located on the high central plateau of present-day Spain, became a symbol of fierce opposition to Rome. In previous decades, Roman generals had already conducted bloody campaigns against the Lusitanians in the southwest of the peninsula, whose leader Viriathus also embodied a stubborn insubordination. But around 133, before Christ, the siege of Numantia, led by the famous general Scipio Aemilianus, marked one of the most significant episodes of this Iberian War. To starve the fortified city, the Romans completely encircled the site and prohibited all supply. The inhabitants of Numantia resisted with determination that commanded admiration, repelling assaults and attempting to break the blockade. However, Scipio's efficient organization and the lack of external support doomed the city. After heroic resistance, Numantia fell. The capitulation and destruction of the city left a lasting impression in Roman memory, highlighting the ferocity and audacity of the Iberian peoples. Despite this brutal repression, control of the peninsula remained incomplete and required additional decades of campaigns to fully Romanize these territories. At the same time, Rome must also assert its authority in the Alpine regions where the Ligurians reside, among other mountain populations. The Ligurians, long established on the steep slopes of the northwestern Alps, block certain crucial passes necessary for the movement of goods and military maneuvers. For an international audience unfamiliar with ancient geography, it's essential to understand that the Alps form a complex natural barrier between the Italian peninsula and the rest of the European continent. Controlling these strategic passages is vital for the Republic, as the Alpine passes connect Italy to the plains of Transalpine Gaul and foster the growth of commerce. Unlike the battles waged against large coalitions in Hispania, campaigns in the Alps often result in local skirmishes, ambushes, and pacification operations. The Ligurians, attached to their independence, offer resistance that forces Rome to multiply punitive expeditions and gradually install garrisons in these valleys. Gradually, Roman action strengthens its presence, but the mountains remain a difficult territory to control, and the sporadic revolt of Alpine peoples poses a challenge that the Senate cannot ignore. Thus, the Alpine Wars are part of the broader effort to secure all borders following the rapid expansion of the Republic. At the very heart of Italy, a dramatic event erupts in 73 before Christ and makes the Roman elites tremble: the Servile Revolt led by Spartacus. This slave, of Thracian or Thracian origin, according to different sources, rises against the established order. At the time, many slaves are employed on agricultural estates or in quarries, but many are also trained to entertain the population as gladiators. Spartacus, trained in a school in Capua, a large city north of the Bay of Naples, manages to escape with a small group of men armed with rudimentary equipment. This act of defiance sets off a dynamic of uprising that is largely underestimated. Very quickly, more and more slaves join the fugitive group, seeking to escape often inhumane working conditions. Spartacus shows an unexpected military talent and defeats the Roman troops hastily sent to stop him. He seems gifted at rallying not only slaves, but also other outcasts of Italian society around him. The Republic, surprised, finally dispatches more experienced commanders and mobilizes significant contingents to put an end to this internal threat that tarnishes Roman prestige. The gladiator school in Capua, from which Spartacus escapes, is not merely a place of entertainment, but is a structured institution that trains fighters for public games organized throughout the Roman world. Gladiators have an ambiguous status, despised because they are slaves or of vile origin, yet they nonetheless arouse popular admiration for their courage in the arena. The establishment in Capua belongs to one of these lanistas, entrepreneurs specialized in training and renting gladiators to magistrates seeking spectacles. When Spartacus, accompanied by about 60 fellow gladiators, escapes, he does not simply find refuge in the countryside. He manages to forge a true army of rebels, driven by an ideal of freedom and the hope of leaving Italy. This objective seems distant because the Roman legions are reorganizing. Under the command of Marcus Licinius Crassus, and with the timely reinforcement of Pompey returning from Hispania, the rebel army is finally defeated in 71 before Christ near the river Silarus in the south of the peninsula. The punishment inflicted on the survivors is of exemplary cruelty: the crucifixion of thousands of slaves along the Appian Way, intended to deter any new insurrection. This episode, a true trauma for Rome, prompts the ruling class to pay greater attention to internal inequalities and vulnerabilities. During the same period, the Republic had to face dangers from Northern Europe. The Cimbri and the Teutones, two large groups of Germanic peoples according to Roman terminology of the time, began moving around 113 before Christ. According to ancient accounts, they advanced with their families, their wagons, and sought new lands, likely driven by demographic or climatic reasons. The Roman Senate, not expecting migrations of this magnitude, initially suffered several crushing defeats. The invaders pushed back poorly prepared Roman armies and seriously threatened the security of Italy. This context of panic prompted the Republic to grant exceptional powers to certain generals. Among them, Gaius Marius, a former talented officer, quickly took the lead. He was repeatedly elected consul, a very rare occurrence for the time, and was entrusted with the heavy task of stopping the advance of the Germanic peoples. Under his leadership, the legions eventually managed to inflict heavy defeats on the Cimbri and the Teutones, notably during the battles of Aquae Sextiae in 102 before Christ against the Teutones, and of Vercellae in 101 before Christ against the Cimbri. The Republic regained its breath and celebrated Marius as a savior, attributing considerable prestige to him, which he would use to deeply reform the military institution. The military reform undertaken by Marius marks a major turning point in Roman military history and, by extension, in the conquest and integration of European provinces. Until then, military service required one to be a landowner, as it was believed that only those who possessed property had a fiscal and moral interest in defending Rome. This restriction became problematic as distant wars depopulated the countryside and impoverished small landholders. Marius then decided to abolish the minimum property requirement for recruitment, opening the legion to all volunteers, even those who owned nothing. The equipment was no longer purchased by the soldier, but provided by the state. He standardized the equipment and organized better training. This professionalization increased efficiency and talent acquisition within the army. The new legions bore the names of cohorts, were more closely tied to their general than to the Senate, and relied on a regular pay, as well as promises of land at the end of their service. This change benefited Rome in consolidating its domination in Europe, as it became easier to quickly raise disciplined troops, hold newly conquered territories, and respond to multiple fronts simultaneously. However, the loyalty of these professional armies was no longer as closely linked to the Republic as an institution, but to their direct commander, sowing the seeds of internal power struggles in the long term. In this climate, Julius Caesar emerged as one of the most influential political and military figures of the late 1st century before Christ. Coming from an old patrician family, he progressively secured public offices before being appointed proconsul of Gaul in 58 before Christ. Gaul, in the eyes of the Romans, encompassed a vast region stretching roughly from the Atlantic to the Rhine, including a mosaic of more or less hostile Celtic peoples. The Helvetii, established near the Alps, sought to migrate westward, providing Caesar with a pretext to intervene militarily. His intervention turned into a large-scale campaign, successively subduing the various Gallic confederations, such as the Belgae, often reputed for their exceptional bravery. He confronted the Veneti, whose maritime fleet played a key role on the Atlantic, thus consolidating Roman supremacy on the coastline. Meanwhile, Caesar wrote his commentaries on the Gallic War, texts aimed at both informing and impressing public opinion in Rome. These accounts, written with undeniable literary talent, showcase the determination and ingenuity of the legions, while highlighting the tactical genius of the proconsul. At the height of his conquest, Caesar confronts the coalition uniting several Gallic peoples, led by Vercingetorix. a charismatic Arvernian nobleman. The revolt erupts in 52 before Christ, when Vercingetorix federates the peoples of Central Gaul and constructs a harassment strategy to hinder Roman supply lines. The fiercest battles occur in various strongholds, including Gergovia, where Caesar suffers a notable setback. But it is the siege of Alesia that becomes the decisive episode of this war. Situated on a fortified oppidum, Alesia benefits from natural defenses and Celtic structures. Caesar undertakes a double system of fortifications, an internal wall to enclose the defenders and an external wall to repel any relief army. The encirclement proves effective. The Gallic reinforcements, coming in large numbers, fail to pierce the Roman defensive lines. Inside, shortages set in, and Vercingetorix must eventually surrender to save his men. This triumph cements Caesar's tactical superiority and symbolizes the submission of the great Gallic forces. After Alesia, the resistance fragments, and, in 51 before Christ, Gaul is considered pacified. In order to consolidate this new province and facilitate the movement of legions, Caesar and his successors initiate an active road construction policy. The extension of the road network in Gaul becomes a strategic issue. It is necessary to quickly connect Roman camps, transport supplies, and ensure efficient passage of the troops. One of the most famous roads in this system remains the Via Agrippa, later commissioned by Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, a close collaborator of Octavian. The sections connect the capital of the Gauls, Lugdunum, Lyon, to important regional nodes, thus promoting the development of Gallo-Roman cities. As Gaul integrates into the Roman orbit, local elites adopt the Latin language, Roman law, and the characteristic urban planning of Mediterranean cities. Forums, theaters, and temples rise in cities that previously had neither rigorous planning nor monumental structures of this scale. Furthermore, the presence of legions stationed in permanent camps, located at river confluences, stimulates the economy and ensures a relative security against potential Germanic threats beyond the Rhine. Alliances created with certain tribes reinforce the Roman administrative network and allow the Republic to draw new human and agricultural resources from this vast Gallic reservoir. The advent of the empire under Augustus in 27 before Christ marks a decisive turning point for the European territories under Roman domination. After a long period of civil conflicts that opposed different military leaders, Rome finds itself unified under the authority of Octavian, nephew and heir of Julius Caesar, who is awarded the title of Augustus by the Senate. This new regime, called the Principate, is characterized by a centralization of power around the person of the emperor, although republican institutions continue to exist in appearance. The western and eastern provinces of the empire are then subjected to administrative, economic, and military reforms, aimed at consolidating peace and ensuring the security of the borders. In this context, the Roman world of Europe undergoes a profound transformation. We speak of Romanization to describe this process of cultural and political integration that will durably imprint on local populations. Under the reign of Augustus and his successors, the strategic priority is to establish clear boundaries for the empire in the European regions. The borders focus mainly on two major rivers, the Rhine to the west and the Danube further east. The Latin word limes initially designates a mere boundary path, but it evolves to describe the entire set of fortifications, watchtowers, and outposts that punctuate the Roman frontier. North of Italy, a network of forts and camps is thus erected that houses legionnaires ready to intervene in the event of a Germanic incursion or other peoples located on the other side of the river. In Upper Germania and Raetia, regions corresponding today to southern Germany and Switzerland, the limes sometimes follows the natural course of the Rhine and the Danube, but land sections are also artificially fortified. The resistance or allegiance of local tribes often determines the form of these defenses. While some tribes may benefit from allied status and receive privileges, others oppose the Roman presence and must be closely monitored. The period extending until 235 Anno Domini sees the consolidation of the defensive system marked by emperors like Tiberius, Claudius, and Trajan. Sensitive areas are equipped with increasingly developed legionary camps, capable of hosting thousands of soldiers and supporting large-scale military campaigns. Two notable examples are located in Pannonia, a region encompassing present-day Hungary and neighboring areas, Vindobona, which corresponds to the city of Vienna in Austria, and Carnuntum, situated to the east of the same region. Vindobona is known for being a stronghold of the Legio ex Gemina, renowned for its rapid defense maneuvers and participation in various imperial campaigns. Carnuntum, for its part, develops into a major military and economic center, located on a strategic communication route linking Italy to the Danube plains. Nearby, civilian settlements form to meet the army's needs, with artisans, merchants, and military families creating a flourishing daily life around the camp. Alongside the strengthening of the borders, the imperial administration turns to the development of cities within already pacified provinces. The idea is to promote economic growth through the construction of infrastructure such as roads, bridges, and river ports. There is a multiplication of urban centers equipped with Roman institutions, a forum for political and commercial gatherings, baths for hygiene and sociability, as well as amphitheaters for public spectacles. In Gaul, the emblematic example is Lutetia, on the Ile de la Cité, which would later become Paris. At the time of Augustus, Lutetia is still modest, but its location on the Seine is a major asset for commerce. It acquires a forum, baths, and a network of roads, allowing it to connect with the rest of Gaul. The Romans also establish a theater there where plays and entertainments are presented, a manifestation of Roman urban culture. Further west, the island of Britain, today the sea's partial Romanization, after the conquest begun under Emperor Claudius in 43 Anno Domini Londinium, the future London, develops into an important river port on the Thames. Archaeologists have uncovered remains of wooden docks, paved roads, warehouses, and a bridge that testify to the growing commercial role of the city. As the province stabilizes, public monuments evoking the Roman model appear, a forum at the center of the city, a basilica for local administration, as well as an amphitheater for games and competitions. Merchants of wine, oil, ceramics, or metals circulate from Gaul to the British markets, gradually introducing Roman habits into this distant province. To the northeast of Gaul, we find Augusta Treverorum, present-day Trier in Germany. Founded under the reign of Augustus, this city quickly grows due to its position at the crossroads of trade routes, linking the Rhine, Moselle, and Meuse rivers. It becomes the capital of the province of Gallia Belgica, which earns its sumptuous public edifices. A spacious forum serves both as a space for political discussion and as a marketplace. The elaborate baths are an essential element of Roman life, where people come not only to bathe, but also to socialize, discuss business, and listen to city rumors. Augusta Treverorum also shines for its imposing walls and an amphitheater capable of hosting spectacular events, ranging from gladiatorial combats to mythological reenactments. The city increases its renown to the point of becoming, during certain imperial reigns, a residence for the emperor himself, when the military situation demands his presence on the Rhine. The peace established by Augustus, often referred to as the Pax Romana, promotes long-distance trade. The well-maintained roads allow messengers, travelers, and merchants to move more quickly. The network of fortified cities, roadside relays, and garrisons encompasses a large part of continental Europe, facilitating the spread of Mediterranean products like wine, olive oil, and sigillata ware, a typical red pottery of Roman culture. This spread is accompanied by significant cultural ferment, as local elites gradually adopt the Latin language, wear the toga during official ceremonies, and erect monuments honoring the emperor. The process is neither immediate nor uniform. Some regions integrate Roman culture very quickly, while others retain their traditions, later incorporating Roman elements over time. The Romans, keen on maintaining the loyalty of conquered peoples, allow a certain form of religious syncretism. The imperial cult, i.e., the veneration of the living emperor and his family, is encouraged to assert political unity. In the provinces, altars and temples are erected where offerings are dedicated to the genius, the protective spirit of the emperor. Simultaneously, Rome does not seek to eradicate all pre-existing beliefs. On the contrary, it often proceeds through identification or assimilation. In Celtic territories, a local goddess like Epona, protector of horses, is sometimes depicted with figures inspired by Roman statuary while retaining her original attributes like horses and the cornucopia. This fusion gives birth to Gallo-Roman deities, honored both by native Gauls and Italian settlers. Among the Eastern cults gaining ground in the Roman army is the worship of Mithra, of Persian origin. It appeals to many soldiers stationed on the limes of the Danube and the Rhine. Mithraic rites take place in underground sanctuaries called Mithraea, decorated with frescoes depicting the deity performing a founding act, the sacrifice of a cosmic bull. Officers and enlisted men in the legions adopt this cult in parallel with the official religion. The attachment to the Mithraic cult is reinforced in the camps, where military discipline and fraternity stimulate the attraction of initiatory practices, promising protection and deliverance after death. Many remains of Mithraea have been found in Gaul, Germany, and along the Danube, testifying to the popularity of this god within the garrisons. During this long period, Romanization is also expressed in the evolution of legal statuses and in the way the empire manages the integration of conquered peoples. Local notables, called to participate in the administration of their cities, can gradually obtain Roman citizenship. This citizenship offers many advantages: property rights, the possibility of holding public office, access to Roman justice. Initially, citizenship is a rare privilege, but over time, the practice becomes more widespread to ensure the loyalty of provincial elites. Moreover, self-taught individuals and scholars from distant regions can come to study in Rome or in major urban centers and hope for an administrative career. Part of the local nobility then joins the equestrian order or the Senate, contributing to the political balance of the empire. A famous testimony of this integration policy is found in the Claudian table, displayed in Lugdunum. Emperor Claudius, who reigns from 41 to 54 Anno Domini, was himself born in Lugdunum and maintains a special connection with Gaul. In a speech delivered before the Roman Senate, he accepts that notables from the Gallic provinces be integrated into the Senate. This decree, later engraved on bronze tables, is partially preserved in Lyon. It includes large excerpts from the speech in which the emperor explains that he wishes to reward the loyalty of the Gauls and recognize the prosperity generated by collegiality. The fragments of this Claudian table reveal the emperor's concern to justify his choice to those who fear a dilution of Roman identity. For Claudius, the Roman city has always expanded and strengthened by progressively integrating new peoples, reflecting a dynamic conception of Romanity. In fact, the policy of the empire under Augustus and his heirs placed great importance on internal peace and cohesion. The local ruling classes, regularly invited to participate in imperial cults and official banquets, adopted dress codes and lifestyles inspired by Rome. Sons of Gallic, Iberian, or Thracian notables sometimes completed their education in Rome, moving from Latin cursive to the study of rhetoric. These young people, upon returning to their province, became natural conduits of Roman culture. They spoke Latin, promoted the construction of public buildings reminiscent of those they had seen in Italy, and ensured the proper application of the empire's laws. In cities, one could thus observe the coexistence of several languages, Latin, Greek, Celtic, and even Punic in former Carthage, while a consensus on civic and religious values emerged. The construction of roads and navigable routes also occupied a crucial place. Major arteries connected Italy to the provinces. The Via Agrippa started from Lugdunum and irrigated Inner Gaul, while the Via Domitia crossed the Pyrenees to reach Hispania. Thanks to these roads, legions could move quickly in case of local revolts, while raw materials, metals, grains, livestock, circulated to urban centers and military warehouses. In the Danubian regions, rivers served as main routes. Flat-bottom boats ascended the river to supply garrisons with weapons and provisions. The control of bridges over the Rhine and Danube was a major military stakes, as it determined the ease of passage and the speed of intervention against hostile tribes. Powerful emperors like Trajan or Marcus Aurelius led military campaigns from these fortified positions against the Dacians or Marcomanni, seeking to secure the limes and push back threats from the east and north. Over the decades, the Romanization of European territories was characterized by a multitude of reciprocal influences. The local populations brought their own arts and traditions, while the Latin language and Roman institutions became collective references. Religious ceremonies transformed, mixing Gallic, Germanic, or Iberian gods with the Greek and Roman pantheons. Temples were sometimes built in honor of native gods, but with columns and a facade in the Roman manner. In the countryside, large agricultural estates, known as villas, were equipped with private baths and mosaics. Landowners brought in Italic master builders to design galleries around inner courtyards. Wall paintings, typical of Roman art, adorned the reception rooms. Wealthy families organized banquets at which guests savored dishes imported from other provinces, like oysters from Brittany or salted fish from Hispania. At the urban level, the presence of the amphitheater, theater, and circus illustrated the desire to spread the Roman lifestyle everywhere. Citizens and provincials gathered to watch gladiator fights, chariot races, or theater performances in Latin. Even though this audience was often bilingual, alternating between Latin and the local idiom, the prestige of Roman culture attracted crowds and united populations around common spectacles. Successive emperors understood the importance of these entertainments in affirming their generosity and power. Large-scale events, funded by the state or by notables seeking to win the people's favor, contributed to the relative uniformity of urban life and the feeling of belonging to a vast ensemble. In more northern regions, such as Belgic Gaul or Inner Germania, climate and natural conditions sometimes necessitated adaptations. Roman construction techniques, which often relied on the use of bricks, tiles, and mortar, had to be adjusted to withstand frequent rains or harsh winters. Architects also developed underfloor heating systems, the hypocaust, to maintain more pleasant temperatures in baths and certain rooms of the house. Water distribution, ensured by aqueducts or lead pipes, reached fewer rural areas than in the Italian peninsula, but main cities regularly benefited from public fountains and heated baths. By relying on these engineering achievements, local administrators affirmed their devotion to the emperor and the power of Rome. Local crafts benefit from this new market. Pottery workshops that mimic Roman forms, while sometimes retaining regional decorative motifs, are developing in Gaul and Germania. Shields and military equipment, originally forged only in Italy, are now manufactured on site in bronze and iron factories organized around military camps. Many legions recruit from local populations, so much so that the Roman army itself becomes a hub of cultural mixing. A soldier from Gaul can be sent to a legion in Syria, while a Thracian can serve in a cohort stationed in Hispania. This continuous exchange between provinces strengthens interdependence and diversifies material and spiritual cultures. Women of the provincial aristocracy also play a significant role in this process of Romanization. Married to Roman officers or notables who have obtained citizenship, they ensure the transmission of Latin to their children and participate in imperial cults. They adopt Roman fashion styles, such as the stola, and decorate their villas with frescoes depicting Greco-Roman mythological scenes. This female elite participates in official ceremonies and contributes to the respectability of the family. Marital alliances between Romans and local aristocrats accelerate assimilation, at least among the upper classes. In more remote countryside areas, the transformation is less pronounced, with populations continuing to practice ancestral rites and speak their dialects. However, Rome's administrative hold often ends up reaching these regions, if only through tax collection or military conscription. The population settled beyond the Roman lines, between the 1st and 3rd centuries Anno Domini, formed a motley collection of confederations and kingdoms whose organizations sometimes escaped the official narratives of the empire. The Romans commonly referred to these peoples as barbarians, a term that encompassed anyone outside their cultural sphere. To the north and east, one could notably find the Germans, Sarmatians, and Dacians. Their traditions, organization into chiefdoms or sacred kingdoms, and their trade exchanges shaped a continental space often unknown to the city dwellers of the Roman world. Despite the impression of rupture maintained by ancient historians, these societies already maintained intense relations with the Roman provinces, whether through the amber trade, military diplomacy, or the spread of technological innovations. Each people developed its own particularities, often linked to the geography of their territory, the balance between agriculture and livestock farming, and religious beliefs that could manifest through specific rites, very different from those of Greco-Roman polytheism. Among the Germans, originating from a vast collection of tribes settled in Central and Northern Europe, kingship held spiritual value. Rulers were sometimes considered as being vested with a divine mandate or a form of sacred power. Roman sources, such as Tacitus, mention assemblies of warriors at which leaders were chosen. They had to not only lead in times of war, but also oversee the rites and ceremonies that marked the tribal calendar. In certain confederations, the king was not merely a political leader, but ensured the maintenance of harmony between the community and supernatural powers. This sacred dimension of power strengthened the ruler's authority, while also making him accountable to his people. If he failed in his ritual or military duties, he could be deposed. The Germans, sharing multiple dialects and customs, were not a homogeneous group. They included the Franks, Alemanni, Quadi, and Marcomanni. Settled on forest territories or fertile plains along the Danube, they regularly came into contact with the Roman world, whether through war, negotiation, or the flow of luxury goods from Italy. Among the trade routes connecting the Germanic inland areas to the Mediterranean, the Via Suebica is often mentioned, which owes its name to the Suebi people, one of the most prominent Germanic tribes. This route was famous for the transport of amber, a fossil resin highly prized by the Romans for the making of prestigious objects or amulets. Amber, primarily extracted from the shores of the Baltic Sea, was transported over land or river routes to the south. Merchants crossed Roman Pannonia, crossed the Danube at points monitored by legions, and then reached northern Italy and the city of Aquileia, located near the Adriatic Sea. There, the amber entered the distribution circuits of the Mediterranean basin. For the Germanic populations, this trade represented a source of wealth, enabling the acquisition of better quality weapons, fine fabrics, or bronze objects. In this way, some tribal elites maintained alliances with Roman provinces, consolidating their authority and prestige within their own confederation. To the east of the Germanic world, in the steppes located between the Danube and the Caspian Sea, lived the Sarmatians. This vast group of Iranian populations, related to the Scythians by language and some cultural aspects, lived in an open and semi-arid environment conducive to horse breeding. The Sarmatians are often described as formidable cavalrymen. Their pastoral and nomadic lifestyle favored the mobility of their troops, while their equestrian tactics impressed Roman legionnaires. Sarmatian kings, sometimes surrounded by elite nobles, wielded extensive power over several clans. The sacred was expressed once again through rites associated with ancestors and the cult of fire, inherited from the Iranian tradition. Alliances between clans could be sealed through dynastic marriages, the giving of sumptuous gifts, or the granting of pastures. Facing the fortifications of the empire, the Sarmatians regularly conducted raids, but also entered treaties with Roman authorities, sometimes serving as mercenaries in imperial campaigns, in exchange for tributes or grazing rights for their herds. The most remarkable military innovation associated with the Sarmatians remains the deployment of heavy cavalry, known as the cataphract. These horsemen wore full-scale armor, covering both the rider and his mount. While more ancient forms of heavy cavalry already existed with the Parthians or other steppe peoples, Sarmatian influence in the empire's border regions helped popularize this concept among the Romans. The cataphract was primarily used as an offensive shock. Charging at full speed, it would crash into enemy lines with a long, massive lance, causing heavy losses by sheer impact. The legions had to adapt their strategies to manage the threat posed by these frontal charges. Over time, some Roman cavalry units began to incorporate Sarmatian equipment elements to condition their horses to bear armor and form a nucleus of reserve heavy cavalry within the imperial army. Further southeast, the Dacians occupied a mountainous area roughly corresponding to present-day Transylvania and extending beyond the Carpathians. Their kingdom particularly flourished under the reign of Decebalus, a daring ruler who consolidated Dacian political unity in the final decades of the 1st century Anno Domini. The Dacians, mentioned by ancient geographers such as Strabo, practiced agriculture, animal husbandry, and notably, mining of rich gold and silver deposits in the Apuseni Mountains region. Control of these precious resources allowed their kings to maintain an army strong enough to challenge the empire. Dacian fortresses, built on elevated plateaus, were designed to withstand assaults. Decebalus developed a shrewd policy. On the one hand, he regularly negotiated with the Romans to obtain subsidies and technical assistance, particularly in engineering, and on the other hand, he actively prepared for resistance against potential invasions. His relations with the empire were initially marked by favorable treaties, negotiated under Domitian, before deteriorating when Emperor Trajan ascended the throne in 98 Anno Domini. The Dacian Wars, which took place from 101 to 102 and then from 105 to 106, directly pitted Trajan's troops against Decebalus's forces. Several legions converged from the Danubian provinces, supported by pontoon bridges and a carefully organized logistical network. The Romans even designed a permanent bridge over the Danube, illustrating the strategic importance of the operation. The battles were grueling. The Dacians, well entrenched in their fortresses, put up fierce resistance. However, the imperial war machine, reinforced by auxiliaries from across the empire, eventually overwhelmed the enemy positions. Decebalus, after a final defeat, committed suicide to avoid being captured alive by the Romans. This victory allowed Trajan to annex Dacia, which was transformed into a new Roman province. Archaeological sources testify to the founding of military colonies and the migration of many Roman settlers drawn by the gold mines and prospects of wealth. The region, now controlled by Rome, also became an advanced bulwark against attacks from the steppe. To commemorate his triumph, Trajan erected in Rome the column that bears his name, a masterpiece of imperial art. Inaugurated in 113 Anno Domini, it stands in Trajan's Forum and features, on its marble shaft, a helical frieze over 200 meters long. This frieze, sometimes compared to a comic strip carved in stone, depicts in images the main stages of the Dacian Wars, the crossing of the Danube, the battles, the sieges, the final surrender. Romans were thus invited to contemplate the achievements of their legions, magnifying Trajan's bravery and highlighting the now incontestable power of the empire. The engravings abound with details about the Dacians themselves. One can recognize their attire, their weapons, their rudimentary fortifications, but also their religious rituals. The individualized features of some Dacian fighters contrast with the more uniform representation of Roman soldiers, as if the artist wanted to pay tribute to the courage of the vanquished adversary. Beyond the political message, Trajan's column has become an invaluable source for understanding the equipment and tactics of the two armies, particularly the variety of catapults, siege towers, and machines used during assaults. The fall of the Dacian kingdom and the new frontier set by Rome aroused serious concerns among some neighboring peoples. The Sarmatians, until then in intermittent relations with the Dacians, had to reconsider their alliances. The Roman conquest of Dacia meant imperial military presence on the other side of the Danube, limiting the Sarmatians' maneuvering room. There are narratives, albeit fragmentary, recounting the diplomatic negotiations conducted by Sarmatian kings to maintain access to the rich pastures of the Danubian plain. Yet, the empire, in its new position, could threaten these passages. The Sarmatian tribes thus sought to exert pressure on Roman borders, or to negotiate their service as mercenaries to maintain their income. This double game marked the military history of the region until the 3rd century, when new instabilities shook the entire Danubian lines. Beyond Roman influence, the Sarmatian warrior culture continued to innovate in equipment. A characteristic feature was the wide adoption of the long sword, sometimes referred to as the spatha. The Sarmatians, fighting mostly on horseback, needed a longer blade than the standard Roman gladius in order to strike from their mount without getting too close to the enemy. This spatha spread through contact with the Roman garrisons stationed in the frontier provinces. Soldiers, especially in the auxiliary cavalry, noticed the advantage of this type of weapon as it allowed greater reach against infantry and facilitated equestrian combat. Gradually, Roman troops began to use this model, first individually, then more systematically. Thus, while the empire adopted the Sarmatian style of combat in certain aspects, it always aimed to adapt it to the very structured organization and discipline of its legions. Commercial and cultural connections that the Sarmatians maintained with Rome were evident in other areas. Archaeology reveals, for example, the presence among the Sarmatian elites of prestigious Roman objects, silverware, stamped bronze fibulae, and pieces of jewelry bearing classical motifs. Similarly, Sarmatian artisans produced metal pieces adorned with zoomorphic or floral patterns, characteristic of their local artistic tastes. Bilateral or tripartite exchanges, sometimes involving Dacian or Germanic intermediaries, contributed to shaping a cultural space in constant motion, where objects, ideas, and techniques circulated well beyond political barriers. Amber was, in some ways, the backbone of this trade, consistently in high demand in the empire, while gold, salt, and cattle could also constitute valuable currencies for these external tribes. When the Roman armies temporarily pacified an area, children from Sarmatian or Dacian elites could be sent as hostages or alliance guarantors to the major provincial cities of the empire, or even to Rome. This system, widespread in antiquity, created a network of personal connections between the royal families and the imperial administration. Some of these young aristocrats would return home with an in-depth knowledge of Roman customs, speaking Latin or Greek, and maintaining tastes for wine, public baths, or arena games. Upon their return, they would sometimes help to spread these practices while remaining attached to their ancestral customs. Mixed marriages were not uncommon and allowed alliances to be consolidated beyond the border. Thus, the period from the 1st to the 3rd century was characterized by the existence of multiple cultural bridges, despite the appearance of perpetual confrontation between Rome and external nations. The particular case of the Dacians, after their defeat, perfectly illustrates this dynamic of partial integration. The new Roman province of Dacia attracted a large number of veterans from the legions. Cities were founded on the Roman model with a forum, temples dedicated to imperial deities, and amphitheaters for spectacles. Meanwhile, in the countryside, the Dacian element remained predominant, preserving its language and rites. Where gold was exploited, Roman engineers imported their extraction and processing techniques. Religious syncretism progressed. Some Dacian places of worship were rearranged according to Roman practices, while at the borders, some Dacian soldiers served in the imperial army or joined more distant colonies in search of social advancement opportunities. Objects of traditional Dacian craftsmanship, such as twisted gold bracelets, were found in Roman contexts, attesting to the gradual coexistence of traditions. The Germans, on the other hand, continued to fluctuate according to demographic and environmental pressures. Some groups periodically crossed the Elbe and the Danube in search of richer lands or to escape overly powerful neighbors. As they passed, they fueled the romanticized and often exaggerated accounts of Latin authors who described their fierceness in combat, their physical strength, and their taste for feasts. However, it is known today that peaceful exchanges constituted the majority of contacts, and that Germanic embassies were no less frequent than raids. The tribes sometimes sought to adopt certain Roman customs to strengthen their internal power. Archaeological excavations in the Elbe Basin have uncovered jewelry, coins, and luxury vessels clearly from Roman workshops. Conversely, Germanic customs, such as the use of certain brooches or ornamental motifs, began to appear in regions bordering the empire, signaling mutual cultural attraction. For the late Roman cavalry, the role of the spatha, borrowed from the Sarmatian peoples, was bound to increase. Roman officers realized that in battles against barbarian formations, the greater reach of this weapon was a major asset. The cavalrymen could strike the enemy before being within range of a counterattack. The shorter gladius remained the favored weapon of the heavy infantry, but in the regular cavalry units and auxiliaries recruited on the empire's margins, the spatha gradually established itself as a standard. It is even found in the graves of veterans settled in Gaul or Pannonia, accompanied by other equestrian harness elements. Roman blacksmiths sometimes improved the initial design, using fritting or damaskining techniques to reinforce the blade. Although they adopted this weapon out of pragmatic necessity, the Romans quickly saw it as a symbol of power, akin to the heavy-scale armors also borrowed from Eastern cavalrymen. At the beginning of the 3rd century, the empire, facing various simultaneous threats, began to recruit more non-Italian contingents into its ranks. In this context, the warrior heritage of the Sarmatians and their cataphracts remained a reference. The campaigns conducted on the Danube against the Germanic confederations, such as the Marcomannic Wars of Marcus Aurelius around 166 to 180 Anno Domini, demonstrated the utility of heavy cavalry. The Romans, aware of the solidity and reputation of these troops, were willing to engage former enemies on their soil, provided they were granted legal status, land, or salary. Such arrangements, although not always stable, testified to an increasingly marked intermingling between the imperial army and external populations. Stelae dedicated to Romanized Sarmatian chiefs, bearing titles like prefect of the cavalry wing or decurion, provide evidence of a gradual assimilation of military elites. The phenomenon similarly occurred with some Germanic kings, who pledged allegiance to Rome before occasionally reverting to opposition. Around 235, Anno Domini, the Roman Empire found itself confronted with an unprecedented series of upheavals. Since the end of the stable principate established by Augustus centuries earlier, internal tensions had accumulated, while the borders, exposed to new dangers, became increasingly difficult to protect. In the north, the Franks and other Germanic peoples exploited any weakness to launch assaults towards Roman Gaul, a province renowned for its agricultural and urban richness since the time of Julius Caesar. In the east, in the Danubian and Balkan region, the emergence of Gothic groups directly threatened Thrace, an area close to the heart of the empire. In a few decades, this context of continuous warfare, political crises, and sanitary catastrophes would shake the entire imperial structure, leading to what is commonly termed the crisis of the 3rd century. In 235, the assassination of Emperor Severus Alexander by his own soldiers at Moguntiacum, Mainz, in Upper Germany, marked the beginning of a long instability at the top of the state. Generals, proclaimed emperors by their legions, succeeded each other at a frenetic pace. The borders, once solidly held by numerous garrisons, were partially neglected as each contender for power tried to consolidate their legitimacy in the capital or in strategic cities. Gaul became the focus of personal rivalries, while local populations had to face the simultaneous emergence of external threats, such as Frankish raids. The Franks, a confederation of related Germanic tribes established on the lower course of the Rhine, began testing the Roman defenses by crossing the limes. As the Roman armies dispersed to support multiple usurpers, breaches multiplied and Gaul suffered particularly violent incursions. More to the east, in the Danube region, the Goths gradually emerge on the geopolitical scene. Originating, according to some accounts, from regions near the Baltic Sea, they are thought to have migrated southeast over generations in search of new lands and wealth. From the mid-3rd century, they crossed the northern borders of the empire to enter the upper or middle Danube Valley and, especially, Thrace, a region traditionally attached to the province of Lower Moesia or Second Moesia, according to successive administrative reforms. The Romans, disunited by their power struggles, struggled to contain these incursions. Formerly flourishing cities in the Balkans suffer sackings, while the Gothic fleet even threatens the shores of the Black Sea. The resulting clashes significantly deplete the human and financial resources of the empire, already weakened by a severe lack of internal coordination. It is in this fragmented political context that the Gallic Empire emerges in 260, a secessionist entity grouping the majority of the Western Roman Empire. At its head, General Postumus, of uncertain but possibly Gallic origin, takes advantage of the chaos to proclaim himself de facto emperor in the northern provinces. Taking advantage of the disappearance of Emperor Valerian, captured by the Sassanid Persians in the east, and the lack of authority from Gallienus, Valerian's son in the west, Postumus manages to rally several legions stationed in Gaul, Germania, and Britannia to defend his power. The Gallic Empire is initially intended as a military response to external threats, notably those of the Franks, whose raids are becoming more aggressive. To reassure local populations, Postumus mints his own currency and gains some administrative recognition, although Rome does not consider him legitimate. For a few years, this entity manages to maintain relative stability in the western provinces, but it only lasts the time of its founder. After his assassination in 269, the Gallic Empire weakens and is eventually reabsorbed by the Central Roman Empire at the end of the decade. On the health front, the 3rd century sees the emergence of a particularly devastating epidemic, known in later sources as the Plague of Cyprian. Saint Cyprian, Bishop of Carthage in the mid-3rd century, describes in his writings a swift epidemic that struck the whole Roman world starting around 249 or 250. Accounts from the time mention multiple symptoms: severe diarrhea, vomiting, intense fevers, and skin lesions. Whether it was a form of smallpox, severe flu, or hemorrhagic fever, this disease spread rapidly along communication and trade routes, already under pressure due to military troubles. Cities in North Africa, Italy, Spain, Gaul, and the East saw their populations decline, sometimes leading to complete economic paralysis. Many soldiers died, further weakening the borders. The intensity of this health crisis is such that some historians consider it hastened the overall degradation of the empire, deprived of part of its agricultural labor force and its vital forces for the army. At the same time, the already weakened imperial economy is threatened by the monetary collapse of the Antoniniani. This silver currency, instituted and widely circulated from the reign of Caracalla in 211, undergoes a phenomenon of accelerated depreciation as successive emperors, to finance their campaigns and buy the loyalty of the legions, resort massively to debasement, that is, the introduction of an increasing share of base metals into the coins. The Antoniniani in circulation gradually lose their real value, leading to a period of rampant inflation. Merchants, mistrustful, sometimes demand payment in gold or tangible goods. Imperial officials, paid in devalued currency, see their purchasing power collapse, which fuels corruption and administrative desertion. The population, lacking political unity, increasingly turns towards a barter or local subsistence economy. The long-distance trade networks, pillars of Roman prosperity, grind to a halt as trust in the imperial currency disappears. Political crisis, combined with pestilence and the decline of monetary value, leads to widespread instability, resulting in unprecedented military and administrative responses. Both legitimate and usurper emperors attempt to rapidly reform the army to make it more flexible and responsive to barbarian incursions on multiple fronts. From the second half of the 3rd century, two major categories of troops within the empire become clearly distinguishable. On one side, the limitanae, or ripencies, soldiers assigned to border defense, stationed in garrisons all along the limes. On the other, the comitatenses, a mobile field army capable of moving quickly from one region to another. This distinction becomes more evident under Diocletian at the end of the century, but its beginnings can already be seen in the reorganizations undertaken as early as the 260s, 270s. The limitane represent a form of border militarization, where each segment of the limes is assigned to a more or less permanent unit. They know the terrain and often live in relative self-sufficiency near the camps, cultivating plots or partially integrating into local society. In peacetime, these soldiers maintain order, oversee crossing points, and sometimes collect taxes on goods crossing the border. But if a large-scale barbarian army attempts to force passage, these troops are not sufficient to contain the invasion. It is then that the other type of forces, the comitatenses, intervene. The comitatenses form a corps of more mobile veterans, often waiting in interior provinces or in strategic cities, ready to deploy to the point of crisis on the limes. This reform aims to be a comprehensive response to the multiple incursions that exhaust local resources, maintaining proximity defenses, but complementing this with a reserve of fresh troops at the empire-wide scale. The Roman state hopes to improve the simultaneous management of dispersed threats. However, the implementation of this distinction between limitanae and comitatenses is accompanied by strong fiscal pressure. To finance this dual system, the empire must demand increased levies from the provinces, already impoverished by plague, civil wars, and inflation. Rural populations, which constitute the bulk of labor and agricultural production, complain about the extraction of men and crops, while local elites seek to preserve their status. Many of them bargain their support for one imperial faction or another, sometimes contributing to instability. In some cases, nobles, fearing heavy taxes, choose to retreat to fortified villas or decide to maintain their own private militias, a phenomenon regarded as a precursor to a later feudal system. The centralization of military power thus proves necessary for defending the empire, but burdensome for the territories, which lose part of their economic autonomy. To understand the genesis of the comitatenses concept, the role of soldier emperors must also be highlighted. Many leaders, such as Maximinus Thrax, come from military aristocracy or from the lower ranks of the army. They climb the ladder of honors by accumulating victories in difficult campaigns. The fact that these emperors are professional soldiers and derive their legitimacy from success in combat drives them to deeply reform the military tool. In this logic, imperial authority incessantly visits the frontiers, sometimes establishing headquarters in fortified cities like Sirmium in Pannonia, the present-day Sremska Mitrovica, Antioch in Syria, or Trier in Belgica Gaul. These incessant movements, symbols of a perambulatory state, demand garrisons capable of following the emperor in his campaigns and serving as a close guard, which foreshadows the formation of mobile armies, the future basis of the comitatenses. On the side of the limitani, the prolonged settlement at the frontier sites favors a mingling between soldiers and local populations. The legionaries sometimes remain there for their entire lives, and some marry local inhabitants or migrants from elsewhere. This situation leads to an evolution of cultural practices. For example, in some areas of Germania or Pannonia, archaeological evidence shows a fusion of religious rites, where Roman deities coexist with local cults. Furthermore, the Roman army incorporates an increasing number of recruits of barbarian origin, finding in military service a path to integration. Votive dedications, funerary stelae, and everyday objects found in the border camps testify to this mix of styles and languages. You can see sometimes Latin inscriptions, sometimes runes, or symbols specific to the Germanic peoples. This surge of intercultural interactions already outlines a landscape that foreshadows the transformations of the late antiquity. Meanwhile, inside Roman cities, daily life is marked by the fear of new pandemics, the impact of monetary depreciation, and the parallel echoes of incessant wars. Citizens are weary of the struggles of rival emperors. Each usurper promises the restoration of financial and military stability, but no sustainable solution emerges before many consecutive failures. To try to restore confidence among the population, official ceremonies are sometimes multiplied, praising the genius of the Roman people or the eternity of the city. Series of commemorative coins are minted, honoring sometimes victories, sometimes anniversaries of the founding of Rome, sometimes the hoped-for prosperity. On the purely political level, these initiatives are mostly propaganda, as the overall fragility of the empire persists, despite reassuring proclamations. The previous centuries had already experienced episodes of crisis, like those of the 1st and 2nd centuries related to brief civil wars or occasional resurgences of epidemics. But never before had the empire suffered such a convergence of disasters: constant pressure on several frontiers, multiplication of claimants, scarcity of labor, uncontrollable epidemic, and serious depreciation of the currency. This exceptional situation leads to the first large migrations towards the interior of the provinces. For it's not only about the military push of the Franks or the Goths. There is also the movement of entire populations seeking better lands or fleeing the violence of their own territories, or from areas further north or east, where other peoples, such as the Alans or the Vandals, also begin to manifest. Many groups, mixing warriors, families, and servants, cross the Roman lines, sometimes negotiating a status of federates, or simply seeking to reside temporarily on Roman soil, away from the conflicts within their own regions of origin. In this vast turmoil, the figure of Postumus remains a revealing example of how Gaul attempted to organize its own defense against invasion. By creating a separate empire, Postumus responds to the fragmentation of central authority and seeks to ensure local security. However, he is assassinated by his own troops, following a dispute related to the sack of a rebellious city that he had refused to allow to be pillaged. This event illustrates the difficulty of maintaining cohesion in an empire where force too often prevails over institutional stability. The successors of Postumus fail to perpetuate the Gallic Empire, which officially disappears in 274, when Emperor Aurelian restores his authority over the region. The borders, however, remain porous, and the Frankish threat persists, as does the threat of the Alemanni, a confederation known as the Alemannic, acting on the Upper Germanic border throughout the century. The plague of Cyprian, for its part, rages until the mid-260s, perhaps even later. According to some estimates, it may have caused several thousand deaths per day in certain major urban centers, leaving a deep trauma within Roman society. Funeral rites are disrupted. Temples are either abandoned or visited more than ever by a population seeking divine help. At the same time, Christianity, already on the rise, grows by taking advantage of this crisis to highlight values of solidarity and charity. Some Christians, such as Cyprian himself, organize mutual aid and care, while other writings mention providential signs. This epidemic potentially accelerates the gradual recognition of the Christian religion, even though, in the mid-3rd century, persecutions remain sporadic, depending on the governors and emperors. This reshaping of the religious landscape acts as a mirror of both the fractures and the new hopes of a suffering population. The monetary slump, meanwhile, continues throughout this period, pushing some emperors to attempt partial reforms. Gallienus, for example, tries to introduce coins mixing silver and copper, hoping to restore some stability. But the lack of silver reserves, the inability to strictly control local mints, and the ongoing pressure of military expenses undermine all these projects. The years that follow will also see the emergence of the major monetary reform of Aurelian, and later those of Diocletian and Constantine, who will attempt to re-establish a more credible system. Nevertheless, in the meantime, the Roman economy increasingly relies on ad hoc agreements, payments in kind, and the influence of wealthy landowners who can store and redistribute food or surplus goods. The first major migrations that break out are therefore not only the result of brutal conquests. Many groups advance step by step, hoping to reach an arrangement with Roman authorities. Some reach the heart of Gaul, while others settle in the Rhine or Danube territories. The Goths, for their part, multiply maritime raids on the Black Sea and the northern Aegean, while the Carpi and other Dacian or Sarmatian peoples harass Roman lines along the Danube. The gap between the east and west of the empire then widens, since the east also has to deal with the threat of the Sassanid Persians. Valerian, captured by Sassanid king Shapur-Othar-Feshers in 260, symbolizes the decline of Roman power and the fading claim to the quasi-legendary invincibility of its legions. In this chaotic environment, the Roman army, though overextended, still retains an ability to adapt thanks to the gradual implementation of more flexible structures. The distinctions between limitanae and comitatenses mark the beginning of a profound transformation. Instead of a static and uniform legion, the Roman state experiments with troop specialization, which will influence the entire late empire and, later, medieval defenses. Border fortresses, often rebuilt or reinforced, become anchor points where local identities take shape. In the hinterland, major cities attempt to maintain Roman identity through municipal councils, curiae, and traditional magistracies. At the same time, the empire sees the rise of small fortresses elsewhere, sometimes administered by local dignitaries, some of which will gradually turn into real strategic hubs, particularly in the Alpine or Pyrenean regions. The military campaigns carried out between 270 and 284 to consolidate the borders, especially by Emperor Aurelian, 270, then Probus, 276, and Carus, 282, achieve a partial reconquest while leaving the door open to new compromises. Aurelian, after defeating Queen Zenobia and bringing the east back under Rome's control, eventually turns to the west. He works to restore the unity of the empire by retaking Gaul, thus ending what remains of the Gallic Empire. Probus, for his part, tries to secure the Rhine frontier while encouraging the settlement of Germanic populations as farmers in certain provinces in order to repopulate lands devastated by war and plague. These initiatives already outline what is called the barbarization of the army, the growing integration of foreign contingents who serve under Roman officers but retain certain customs, weapons, and fighting styles. The year 284, Anno Domini, marks a major turning point in the history of the Roman Empire. By the time Diocletian comes to power, the imperial territory is vast, but weakened, plagued by internal uprisings and external threats. Diocletian is a general of humble origins, likely from the province of Dalmatia, a region corresponding today to part of Croatia. After being proclaimed emperor by his troops, he begins a profound reorganization of the state apparatus to put an end to the period of instability that has shaken the empire throughout the 3rd century. For a worldwide audience, let us remember that this empire is not only the current Italian territory, but extends from Great Britain to the edges of Egypt, and from the shores of the Black Sea to the passes of the upper Danube. Administering such an immense space requires stable structures capable of responding to various border problems and internal revolts. The principal legacy of Diocletian, from an organizational point of view, is undoubtedly the Tetrarchy, literally the government of 4. Before him, the empire was often led by a single man or divided during institutional schisms. Diocletian innovates by creating around him a system with two main emperors bearing the title of Augustus, each supported by a Caesar, that is, a designated successor. In concrete terms, Diocletian reserves the eastern part of the empire for himself, with his capital in Nicomedia, in present-day Turkey. Maximian, his close associate and friend, manages the western part from Mediolanum, today's Milan in northern Italy. Each is in turn assisted by a Caesar, intended to replace him in the event of retirement or death. This quadripartite system responds to the idea that no single ruler, no matter how talented, can effectively control all borders, subjected to multiple pressures, incursions by Germanic peoples in the north and attacks by the Sassanid Empire in the east. In this scheme, the simultaneous presence of two Augusti and two Caesars allows for quicker responses to dangers while preparing an orderly succession. Alongside the establishment of the Tetrarchy, Diocletian undertakes multiple administrative and fiscal reforms. The empire is divided into many smaller districts, called dioceses, to reinforce the central power's proximity to the provinces. Governors are also placed under tight control, and the bureaucracy is strengthened. Specialized officials appear, responsible for tax collection, justice management, or security at border posts. Diocletian thus aims to rationalize a state that had weakened for nearly half a century. However, this more constraining framework comes with increased fiscal pressure, necessary to maintain the army and finance new fortifications, notably on the Danube and Rhine frontiers. Populations, whether rural or urban, undergo more thorough control and a more precise census. In 301, to curb the inflationary spiral threatening the imperial economy, Diocletian issues an edict on prices. Its goal is to strictly limit the prices of many products and commodities, from meat to wheat, including oil or wine. An official list sets a ceiling beyond which trade is strictly forbidden under threat of severe penalties. This attempt at state control, dictated by the desire to halt the devaluation of currency, illustrates Diocletian's intent to regulate everything to restore stability and prosperity. However, this measure proves difficult to enforce. In remote provinces, the maneuver margins remain large to circumvent the edict, and the shortage of goods sometimes proves even more damaging to the economy. Despite its limits, the approach highlights how the Roman state under Diocletian organizes its power in a more authoritarian manner, seeking to plan economic as well as political life. Religion at this time is also the subject of increasing tension between the traditional imperial cult and new practices, including Christianity. Diocletian remains attached to the ancient Roman deities, and to consolidate his power, he symbolically associates himself with Jupiter, considering Maximian as a new Hercules. Hence, in official discourse, the emperor benefits from a quasi-divine aura, reinforced by the homage ceremony called proskynesis, inherited from Eastern traditions. Christians, who refuse to sacrifice to the state gods, are suspected of maintaining religious separatism. Influenced by certain zealous advisors such as Galerius, Diocletian launches the last wave of official persecutions against Christians. Edicts prohibit the Christian faith and order the destruction of sacred scriptures. Bishops are arrested, imprisoned, and even executed. It is a tragic period for the Christian communities, which are flourishing within the empire. However, this policy of repression fails to eradicate the new faith, and the idea of Christianity out in the open will continue to progress in the following decades. In 305, Diocletian, sick and tired, solemnly abdicates during a ceremony in Nicomedia. By this gesture, He wishes to show that the tetrarchic system functions even in the absence of a historical emperor. For the first time in a long while, a Roman ruler voluntarily abandons power. Diocletian retires to a sumptuous palace built in Split Dalmatia, where he lives the rest of his life. However, his retirement paradoxically precipitates a new succession crisis. Each Caesar wants to keep or increase his authority, and conflicts resume in various forms. In this tangle of rivalries, the figure of Constantine emerges, the son of Constantius Chlorus, himself one of the Caesars. Constantine will become a decisive actor in the religious transformation of the empire and in the history of Christianity in Europe. Constantine, who first reigns as Caesar and then as Augustus after his father's death in 306, will soon clash with other contenders for supreme power, notably Maxentius, who controls Rome and Italy. Their confrontation culminates in 312, during the famous Battle of the Milvian Bridge, a strategic bridge on the Tiber, north of the city of Rome. According to the Christian tradition, later reported by Bishop Eusebius, Constantine had shortly before this battle a celestial vision. He saw in the sky a sign accompanied by the Latin inscription, "In hoc signo vinces," by this sign you will conquer. Touched by this mystical episode, he has the Chi Rho, a monogram grouping the Greek letters Chi, X, and Rho, P, to symbolize Christ, placed on his soldiers' shields. Whatever the variations of the stories, Constantine wins this decisive victory. Maxentius is killed, and the victorious emperor establishes himself as the uncontested master of the western part of the empire. The following year, in 313, Constantine publishes the Edict of Milan with Licinius, the Eastern emperor at that time. This edict does not establish Christianity as a state religion, but proclaims freedom of worship for all citizens, including Christians. It's a revolution. The Christian faith, persecuted under Diocletian, suddenly finds itself tolerated and even supported. Constantine grants privileges to bishops, entrusting them with increasing numbers of judicial arbitrations and allowing the return of confiscated properties. Thus, Christianity emerges from the shadows and gradually acquires a privileged status among the religions of the empire. Constantine, while remaining attached to certain pagan practices, increasingly aligns with the Christian communities and uses their structure to consolidate his imperial authority. In 324, Constantine disposes of his former ally, Licinius, and unites the empire under his sole authority. He then decides to found a new capital in the eastern part, on the ancient site of Byzantium, a strategic location controlling the Bosporus Strait. Byzantium, renamed Constantinople, becomes the new center of gravity of the empire, closer to borders threatened by the Persians and benefiting from an ideal maritime position for commerce. Inaugurated in 330, the city is adorned with grandiose monuments inspired by Rome, but adapted to a more modern urbanism. Churches, some dedicated to martyr saints, emerge alongside triumphal arches, hippodromes, and imperial palaces. This act of foundation has immense symbolic significance. Constantine endows the empire with a second political heart, more eastern, which will become for several centuries a major center of Christian civilization. In 325, to resolve internal doctrinal conflicts within Christianity, Constantine convenes the First Ecumenical Council in Nicaea, Bithynia in the northwest of present-day Turkey. The main issue is to clarify the nature of Christ, at a time when a controversy between the priest Arius and his supporters and other bishops agitates the church. Arius advocates a theological position, denying the full equality of the Son with the Father. After long debates, the council condemns Arianism and adopts the Nicene Creed, which affirms the consubstantiality of the Father and the Son. Although it does not definitively resolve all dissensions, this council marks a crucial milestone in the institutionalization of the Church and the definition of dogma. Constantine, present at the opening of the debates, positions himself as a guarantor of religious unity, supporting the majority of the gathered bishops. In the following years, Christianity takes a central place in Roman society. Successive emperors such as Constantius II or Theodosius III will validate increasingly favorable laws for this religion, sometimes even going as far as banning certain pagan rites. However, it should not be believed that the population converts immediately and massively. The empire is composed of millions of inhabitants with diverse traditions, and pagan religious practices persist, especially in the countryside, to which the word pagan etymologically refers. Christianization happens gradually as the aristocracy gets closer to the imperial court and the ecclesiastical administration strengthens. Bishops play an important role in urban management, not hesitating to use their moral authority to organize assistance to the poor or maintain order. This flourishing of the Church is also reflected in the multiplication of basilicas, public buildings repurposed or specially built to celebrate Christian worship. In Rome, the Lateran Basilica, given to the bishop of the city, becomes a symbolic center of Western Christianity. Other basilicas appear throughout the territory. Some are built on sites believed to house relics of martyrs, others take the form of large funerary complexes. The basilica plan, directly inspired by Roman meeting or judgment halls, adapts well to gatherings and liturgical processions. The faithful gather in the central nave, while the altar occupies the apse, the sacred space where the priest or the bishop officiates. These architectural transformations reflect a desire to provide Christianity with monumental gathering places that rival pagan temples while adopting their own style. The infiltration of Christian ideas goes beyond the strictly Mediterranean circle. Roman legions, now partly composed of Christian officers and soldiers, are stationed in several regions of Europe, in Gaul and Britain along the Rhine and the Danube. There, officers or merchants introduce the new creed to local populations. Evangelists also traverse the countryside, establishing communities beyond the Alps. In the British Isles, an embryonic form of monasticism seems to appear, where men and women retreat to isolated spaces to live according to ascetic precepts. In these Celtic lands, the fusion between ancient Druidic practices and new Christian rites forms a rather particular syncretism. Some pre-Christian sacred sites are converted into places of prayer, and local legends are revisited with a Christian perspective without these dynamics being uniform or coordinated by a central authority. The monastic practice, although nascent in the West, is already well established in the eastern provinces, particularly in Egypt, where the desert favors solitude. Monks sometimes group in loras or monasteries under the direction of an abbot, seeking to live according to an austere rule of prayer, fasting, and manual labor. Gradually, this ideal of life, stemming from Christian faith, spreads in Europe, but in forms adapted to local realities. While the empire as a whole begins to embrace the Christian religion, it is not without clashes or debates. Some late emperors, like Julian the Apostate, between 361 and 363, even try to restore traditional paganism and the worship of the ancient gods, dreaming of restoring the empire to its pre-Christian splendor. Nonetheless, the dynamic of Christianization remains, in the long term, inexorable. One of the marked signs of these upheavals is the gradual end of the oracular cults. The oracles, once widely consulted, begin to fall silent or see their authority severely restricted. The sanctuary of Delphi in Greece, so famous in the classical era, now only shines among a few elites nurtured by ancient literature. Even in the cities of Asia Minor, once fervent devotees of Apollo, the faithful are becoming rarer. The temples, deprived of imperial subsidies and victims of the reorientation of resources towards the construction of churches, can no longer perform their ceremonies with the same magnificence. In certain regions, pagan structures are destroyed, sometimes to recover building materials. Elsewhere, they remain, converted into Christian commemorative sites or slowly falling into ruins. The mystery cults, such as that of Mithras, once popular in garrisons and among certain merchants, also decline, although they retain occasional appeal in certain military circles until the late 4th century. On a socio-political scale, these religious evolutions accompany a new perception of imperial power. Whereas previously, the emperor was often associated with the cult of Jupiter or other deities, Constantine and his successors, while allowing some civic rituals to continue, highlight their role as Christian sovereigns. This is particularly reflected in official ceremonies in churches, the convening of councils, or the promulgation of laws favorable to the church. Ecclesiastical dignitaries climb the social ladder, sometimes becoming intermediaries between the people and secular power. The status of the bishop in a city like Rome, Alexandria, or Constantinople can rival that of the highest civil magistrates. This intertwining of political power and religious authority gradually prepares the medieval order, where the papacy and Christian princes will play a major role in the conduct of European affairs. The institutional transformations inherited from Diocletian do not disappear. The administrative division of the empire, the strengthening of borders, and the bureaucracy remain strong under Constantine and his successors. But the new noteworthy fact lies in the synergy between these structures and the church in full ascent. On the economic front, the currency returns to a certain stability under Constantine, notably thanks to the creation of a new stable gold coin, the solidus, which will circulate for many centuries. Trade within the empire finds a renewed vigor, driven by the relative security restored, although in some border regions, barbarian incursions persist. In the Balkan Peninsula, for example, the Goths roam north of the Danube and pose a regular threat, prompting Constantine to further fortify the southern bank of the river. The western provinces, from North Africa to the edges of Gaul, undergo fiscal and land reforms. Large imperial or ecclesiastical estates prosper, while indebted smallholders struggle to maintain their independence. Towards the end of the 4th century, the empire, still officially united, however, de facto splits between an eastern sphere and a western sphere, each having its linguistic and cultural specificities. The East, with Constantinople, remains the most powerful center, benefiting from an advantageous geostrategic situation, flourishing maritime trade, and a more homogeneous intellectual elite around the Greek language. The West, whose imperial capital is often moved to Ravenna, for example, to escape invasions, suffers more from barbarian pressures and the distance from command structures. Religious questions, meanwhile, continue to animate the entire empire, as the definition of dogma, the status of the Bishop of Rome, and the relations between West and East provoke recurring controversies. At the turn of the year, 395, Anno Domini, the Western Roman Empire was going through a troubled period. The emperors in place struggled to maintain the administrative unity that once existed, while external threats multiplied. Among them, the emergence of the Huns, originating from the steppes of Central Asia, greatly worried the Roman aristocracy. These horsemen, renowned for their archery skills and speed of movement, had already begun to push other long-established populations in the eastern confines of the empire. Thus, groups of Goths and Alans, once semi-independent or federated, found themselves displaced toward the Roman borders. The regional balance, fragile since the end of the 4th century, now wavered under the new Hunnic pressure. The Huns, divided under more or less autonomous war chiefs, gained cohesion over time. Around 434, two brothers, Bleda and Attila, jointly inherited the power over the Hunnic Confederation. Quickly, Attila took the upper hand and eventually ousted or sidelined Bleda. Chroniclers report that Attila wished to establish himself as the main interlocutor of Constantinople, and, to a lesser extent, of Ravenna or Rome. However, it was mainly in the west that his name would leave a lasting mark. Around 440, he began a series of devastating military campaigns. Building an elite cavalry, supported by fighters of various origins, Gepids, Ostrogoths, or Alans, forcibly enlisted, Attila imposed his authority over vast territories, stretching from the banks of the Danube to the plains of Central Europe. The massive movements of peoples resulting from these Hunnic advances profoundly affected the Western Roman Empire. The Goths, already split between Visigoths and Ostrogoths, sought new lands for settlement. The Visigoths, led by their successive kings since Alaric, at times attempted to negotiate treaties with the Romans, or confronted them when they did not receive the desired conditions. The Alans, finding no longer refuge in the eastern margins, scattered into several groups. Some integrated into Roman auxiliary contingents, while others followed more autonomous paths. Conflicts multiplied, and each population movement triggered a cascade of new migratory routes due to the lack of stable territories to occupy. In this climate, Attila's military power reached its peak in the mid-5th century. Convinced that he could seize significant portions of the Roman territories, the Scourge of God headed in 451 toward Gaul, this western province, whose wealthy cities and countryside had long attracted covetousness. The Romans, aware of the danger, hurriedly assembled an unprecedented coalition, bringing together not only their own legions, insufficient in numbers, but also various Germanic or Gothic contingents. The leader of the resistance was the Roman general Aetius, sometimes called the last of the Romans, for his ability to diplomatically maneuver among the various peoples. The decisive confrontation of this campaign took place during the Battle of the Catalonian Plains, often located near Châlons-en-Champagne in northeastern Gaul. This battle, probably on June 20th, 451, brought together a multitude of fighters on both sides. Ancient sources mention colossal losses and emphasize the extreme violence of the battles, although the reported figures, always difficult to verify, may have been exaggerated by tradition to better impress minds. After bloody exchanges, the coalition led by Aetius, and supported notably by the Visigoths, managed to slow down, if not completely stop, the Hunnic advance. Attila then retreated to the east. Posterity would remember this battle as a major event that prevented the formation of a lasting Hunnic Empire in Gaul. However, the Roman victory was not fully decisive. Attila ravaged the Italian peninsula again in 452, failing to take Rome after a dramatic meeting, according to legend, with Pope Leo XIII. The Huns, weakened by successive setbacks, rapidly decline after Attila's death in 453. His empire fragments, old rivalries among subjected peoples resurface, and the Ostrogoths, long under Hun domination, regain their freedom. However, the Hun retreat does not restore the strength of the Western Empire, as the Roman political and military fabric is already severely eroded. Imperial authorities continue to rely on the federated tribes, these barbarian peoples allowed to settle on specific territories in exchange for military service. But increasingly, these federated tribes act as semi-independent or independent entities, forging alliances and treaties directly with isolated Roman officers or generals. At the same time, Gaul sees the more stable establishment of the Visigoths. As early as 418, Emperor Honorius had granted them certain lands around Toulouse in the southwest of Gaul to become federated, tasked with defending the region against other invaders. With the rise of the Visigothic kingdom, the Gallo-Roman cities of the region fall under the authority of these Gothic kings, who seek to maintain a precarious balance with the official imperial power. To an international audience discovering this episode, it may be surprising that invaders turn into regional protectors. Yet this is the complexity of an era where Rome no longer has the strength to impose a single authority over the entire territory. To the southwest of Gaul lies Hispania, a rich province that also attracts several groups seeking lands. The Vandals, a Germanic people pursued by the Huns and other rivals, crossed the Rhine in 406, taking advantage of a harsh winter that reportedly froze the river, and then crossed Gaul to reach the Iberian Peninsula. While the Visigoths negotiated lands in Aquitaine, the Vandals temporarily settled in Baetica, southern Hispania. But this area remains coveted, with multiple factions vying for supremacy there. The Vandals, led by their king Genseric or Gaiseric, decide to push their odyssey further. Around 429, they cross the Strait of Gibraltar and seize a part of Roman North Africa, whose agricultural wealth and Mediterranean ports prove invaluable. The Vandal settlement in Africa disrupts the economic balance of the empire. The shipments of wheat and oil essential for supplying Rome gradually fall under the control of this new power. The Western emperors find themselves deprived of a strategic resource and struggle to finance their armies. Additionally, Genseric, aware of his dominant position, launches maritime raids from the African coasts. It is thus that in 455, the Vandals even manage to sack Rome, in an episode that remains sadly famous for the Eternal City. Though one should not confuse this sack with that, equally significant symbolically, of the Visigoths under Alaric in 410. Over the years, the Vandal kingdom in Africa consolidates, adopting certain Roman institutions while imposing its own hierarchy. Further north, the Rhine basin sees the political and military emergence of the Burgundians, a people of Germanic origin also participating in this migratory wave. Initially settled further east, they moved closer to the Rhine at the beginning of the 5th century, taking advantage of the crumbling Roman defensive structure. They then settled in border areas before gradually moving towards the interior of Gaul. The creation of a Burgundian kingdom on the Upper Rhone and in the western Alpine region spans several decades, with partial recognition from the Western Empire, which sees in them a means of containing other groups. Again, we find the idea of compromise. The Burgundians, by becoming federated, theoretically work for border defense and receive in return lands and a favorable legal status. Despite these multiple alliance strategies, Western imperial power weakened considerably over the years. Emperors often succeeded one another at a rapid pace, sometimes imposed by powerful generals or militia masters. Among these officers with growing influence were men of diverse origins, including barbarians, who aspired to control the machinery of the state. The last emperor to have any lasting impact in contemporary sources is called Romulus Augustulus. He was placed on the throne in 475 when he was still an adolescent, without any real legitimacy or ability to effectively govern. Barely a year later, in 476, he was deposed by Odoacer, a warlord of probably Scyrian origin, who chose not to maintain the fiction of a Western Roman emperor. Odoacer proclaimed himself king of Italy and sent the imperial insignia to Constantinople, thus signifying that he no longer recognized the need for a distinct Western emperor. This date of 476 is often traditionally considered in historiography as the fall of the Western Roman Empire. However, many scholars point out that it is more of a symbol than an absolute break. The administrative structures did not collapse all at once. Gallo-Roman elites survived in Gaul, representatives of the former senatorial class persisted in Italy, and the East, centered on Constantinople, remained a fully functional Roman Empire. Nevertheless, imperial authority in the West was now embodied by a barbarian king who was no longer under a mandate conferred from Rome. The political signal was strong, and this transition opened the door to the formation of gradually autonomous kingdoms in the former territories of the empire. Visigoths in extended Aquitaine, Burgundians in the Rhone Valley, Vandals in Africa, Ostrogoths in Italy later, etc. In this context, interactions between the former Roman territories and the new kingdoms took complex forms. The local populations often continued to identify with Romanity, especially in cities where monuments, forums, and baths constantly reminded them of the imperial past. The Germanic nobles, in turn, gradually adopted elements of Latin culture, learned to use the language of Roman power, and sought to legitimize their authority through laws inspired by Roman law. The religious influence of Christianity further reinforced this desire for continuity, with barbarian warlords often seeking the support of local bishops who were very influential among urban and rural populations. The distinctions between barbarians and Romans became significantly more blurred over the decades than one might initially think. An object discovered in the second half of the 17th century illustrates well this mix of Roman heritages and Germanic traditions, the treasure of Childeric. Childeric the Rhine was a Frankish king, father of the famous Clovis, and he is believed to have died in 481 or 482. His tomb was unearthed in 1653 in Tournai, a city now located in Belgium. The excavations, encouraged by a chance construction, revealed a princely tomb containing sumptuous objects, an exceptional testimony of the early Merovingian era. Among these pieces were notably fibulae, an engraved signet ring, prestigious weapons, and most notably some curious golden bees, finely decorated. The bees, a symbol later adopted by various rulers in search of ancient royal images, are markers of a courtly art that blends Germanic motifs, stylized animal forms, and cloisonné goldwork with late Roman craftsmanship. The iconography of these bees mixes zoomorphic figures with elements from the Roman repertoire, revealing the political and cultural ties existing between the barbarian world and the imperial tradition. The use of this precious symbolism expresses both the power of a Frankish king and his partial belonging to Roman continuity. The fact that Childeric received a Roman title or fought as an ally of Rome is not forgotten. The Frankish kingdom, if it seems foreign or barbaric to some, is rightfully part of a world with multiple heritages. Artisans of Gallo-Roman or Burgundian origin may have collaborated in the creation of this treasure, bringing to the new power the skills acquired in Roman goldsmith workshops. Historians and archaeologists around the world are fascinated by Childeric's hoard, as it provides a concrete illustration of the transition between the Western Empire, which ceased to exist as an autonomous political entity in 476, and the kingdoms that succeeded it. In Childeric's gold bees, we observe not only the desire to display a solid kingship, but also a concern to link the royal figure to a higher legitimacy. This legitimacy draws from a wide range of references: Roman tradition, pagan legacies, and emerging Christian influences. The jewelry and military objects unearthed from Childeric's tomb also showcase goldsmithing techniques that demonstrate artisanal exchanges and the circulation of know-how throughout the post-Roman West, from the Mediterranean to the North Sea. The interpretation of the treasure of bees suggests the dynamism of a declining West, where the distinction between Roman civilization and barbarian worlds is not reduced to a caricatured opposition. On the contrary, this local example illustrates the multiple interactions that redraw the map of power and culture. The Franks, who would become a dominant force under Clovis in northern Gaul, reused and symbolically transformed the Roman heritage while maintaining their customs and developing complex political alliances. Many elements of Roman daily life, such as systems of weights and measures, writing modes, and religious practices, were adapted to the new realities of power. The monasteries, progressively expanding, also participated in this phenomenon of preservation and transformation, copying Latin texts while integrating their own Germanic comments or glosses. As for the secular elites, they often adopted the Latin language as a tool of prestige, while blending it with their nascent vernacular speech. In Tournai, the burial of Childeric in a richly decorated tomb reflects the Franks' desire to invest in a political landscape where the memory of the empire was still revered. Local centers of power, often former fortified Roman cities, continued to serve as administrative centers or episcopal seats, while barbarian kings sought to be recognized as legitimate heirs to imperial authority. In return, they offered protection to local populations, maintained essential infrastructures like bridges, roads, and public buildings when possible, and ensured a certain order. In doing so, they consolidated the reconfiguration of the Western world, initiated by the great migratory movements of the early 5th century. While for international observers, these transformations may seem sudden, they actually took place over several generations. The Western Roman Empire did not disappear in the blink of an eye. It gradually blended into multiple political landscapes where Rome was no longer the sole administrative beacon. The barbarian kings, always in search of legitimacy, took on Roman titles when possible, signed treaties with the Eastern Empire to assert their authority, and maintained a network of both military and matrimonial alliances. Wives from different peoples, married to Frankish, Visigoth, or Burgundian sovereigns, also conveyed Roman and Christian traditions. In parallel, they introduced new clothing and artistic practices into local nobilities. The result is a thriving melange of cross-influences, of which Childeric's treasure is a precious testimony. At the turn of the year 476, the Western Roman Empire formally ceased to exist when the last emperor, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed by the Germanic leader Odoacer. The imperial structures, already weakened by several decades of economic crises, military pressures, and internal transformations, gave way to a mosaic of kingdoms referred to as post-Roman. These new entities emerged in the territories once subjected to Rome. They partly reflected the institutional legacy of the empire, but differentiated themselves through the emergence of dynasties from Germanic peoples who had been settled for several generations or had arrived more recently. In this context, Italy was first controlled by Odoacer, then by the Ostrogoths, under the leadership of their king, Theodoric the Great. Further northwest, Gaul was gradually dominated by the Merovingian Franks, whose most notable figure was Clovis, whose reign would eventually unify a large part of modern-day Francophone territory. Western Europe then entered a transitional period known today as late antiquity, moving towards the early Middle Ages. Each territory developed an identity that was both inherited from Rome and marked by the customs of the different peoples who settled there. The Ostrogoths, led by Theodoric, settled in Italy around 493 when they overthrew Odoacer. Theodoric, from a noble Gothic lineage, had previously lived as a court hostage in Constantinople, the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire. This Byzantine experience provided him with a deep understanding of Roman traditions and imperial administration. To solidify his legitimacy, he retained the majority of previous administrative institutions. He collaborated with the Roman senatorial aristocracy, which, despite the shock of the end of the Western Empire, still held influence in the management of local affairs. Theodoric also encouraged intellectual production and relied on scholars such as Cassiodorus and Boethius, essential figures in the transmission of ancient culture. Cassiodorus, for instance, held high positions in the service of the Ostrogoth king while compiling the Greco-Roman literary heritage. Boethius, on his part, translated and commented on Greek philosophers, passing on valuable scientific and philosophical knowledge that would circulate throughout the Middle Ages. The Ostrogoths thus attempted to preserve the road infrastructure and architecture inherited from Rome, as evidenced by the construction projects commissioned by Theodoric in Ravenna, where buildings inspired by imperial art, adorned with mosaics, remain. However, there were religious tensions since the majority of the urban population was Nicene Christian Catholic, whereas the Ostrogoth elites often professed Arianism, a variant of Christianity condemned by the official church. This created latent conflicts with the Latin clergy and eventually aroused suspicion from the Eastern Roman Empire, still powerful in Constantinople. In Gaul, the situation evolves differently. Since the 5th century, this vast province has been the subject of several Germanic settlements: Visigoths in the southwest, Burgundians in the Rhone Valley, Salian and Ripuarian Franks in the north. Starting around 481, Clovis, a Frankish leader of the Merovingian dynasty, undertakes to subdue or ally these various groups to establish a unified power. His victory over Syagrius, a general who maintained a Romano-Gallic regime in the region of Soissons, paves the way for him to control a significant part of northern Gaul. Clovis marries a Christian Burgundian princess, Clotilde, who plays a crucial role in his decision to convert to Nicene Christianity. This conversion culminates in the famous baptism of Rheims, often dated between 496 and 506, according to historical sources. This symbolic event strengthens the alliance between the Frankish king and the Gallo-Roman episcopate, legitimizing Clovis in the eyes of a predominantly Catholic population. Official recognition by the Eastern Roman administration and by the Pope grants the new ruler a particular stature, allowing him to see himself as the legitimate heir of the Western Empire. Other Germanic kingdoms, such as the Burgundians or the Visigoths, were mostly Arian, and their religious stance provokes mistrust and conflicts with the Gallo-Roman ecclesiastical elites. Clovis's adoption of Catholicism thus facilitates the formidable Frankish expansion in the following decades. Roman administrative structures, including prefectures, civil dioceses, and jurisdictions, survive with difficulty, but progressively transform and simplify to adapt to new political realities. At the same time, in the Eastern Roman Empire, commonly referred to as the Byzantine Empire from this period onwards, the emperors maintain an ambition to partially reconquer lost territories in the west. Justinian ascends to the throne in 527 and harbors a vast project to re-establish imperial authority over Italy, North Africa, and the Iberian Peninsula in order to restore imperial unity. Guided by his influential wife, Empress Theodora, Justinian surrounds himself with talented generals such as Belisarius and Narses to conduct these campaigns. Belisarius, victorious against the Vandals in North Africa around 533, then undertakes the reconquest of the Italian peninsula held by the Ostrogoths. These long and arduous wars extend over more than a decade. The Ostrogoths offer fierce resistance, and successive battles devastate Italy, causing demographic decline and degradation of urban infrastructure. Ultimately, Justinian succeeds in retaking Ravenna and Rome, but Italy emerges drained from these repetitive conflicts, which will weaken the ties between the local population and the Byzantine authority. Justinian's most enduring legacy might lie less in his conquests than in his great legislative work. Aware of the need to codify Roman law, he commissions a committee led by Tribonian to compile and revise centuries of jurisprudence. The result, known as the Corpus Juris Civilis, is published in stages: the Codex Justinianus, the Digest or Digesta, the Institutes or Institutiones, and later the Novellae. This monumental compilation, completed during the 6th century, gathers the most important legal texts since the Roman Republic era. It clarifies and simplifies the rules of law, providing a reference base that will fuel legal thought in Europe for centuries. Upon rediscovery of these texts in the Middle Ages, notably in Italian universities, the Corpus Juris Civilis will serve as the foundation for the judicial systems of many kingdoms and future European states. Even if the political fragmentation of the West immediately limits the reach of this code, its principles will reflect on the administrative practices of the Frankish nobility and the Church, which will see it as a tool to adapt the idea of a universal law to the new realities of each region. At the same time, urban culture is evolving. Large cities like Rome, Milan, or Arles are losing their splendor, either suffering the effects of the Gothic Wars or the gradual abandonment by elites in search of new power centers. Roman senators, for example, sometimes retreat to the residences of Germanic kings, where they retain privileges but lose direct political influence. The builders of yesteryear, who maintained the baths and Roman roads, no longer receive the same financial support or administrative organization as under the empire. Luxury craft workshops, such as silk or precious marble factories, are reduced to a few pockets, often concentrated near royal courts or major episcopal centers. Commercial exchanges, although maintained on a small scale, are renewed on more restricted routes and find their main relay in the eastern Mediterranean, dominated by the Byzantines for the transportation of luxury goods. Linguistically, Western populations continue to use various forms of Vulgar Latin, which is gradually transforming. As central authority recedes and local communities become isolated, Latin dialects evolve in relative isolation, leading in the following centuries to the emergence of the Romance languages. At the same time, the Germanic conquerors also impose their idioms, which become more widespread in aristocratic or military circles. The Franks, for example, speak Old Frankish dialects, some traits of which will graft onto the Romance language in northern Gaul. The Burgundians, Visigoths, and other groups also leave their mark, although their languages are less persistent than Latin in the former territories of the empire. The clerics strive to maintain classical Latin in religious, liturgical, and legal texts, seeing it as a means of unification and preservation of written heritage. The principles of Roman law, administrative terminology, and liturgical prayers thus continue to circulate in this refined form of Latin, even if in the streets and within families, the spoken language is gradually transforming. In Ireland and some neighboring regions, the period is marked by the rise of monasticism. This evolution results from a Celtic Christianity developing a unique insular style where many Irish monks engage in the study and copying of ancient manuscripts. Irish monasteries become havens for numerous works of Greek and Roman antiquity, which the monks meticulously copy and decorate with complex initials and motifs specific to insular art. Scholars like Columbanus or Columba also pursue missions of evangelization on the European continent, importing their scriptural and liturgical tradition there. Through these exchanges, Greek texts, hitherto rare in the West, can circulate again, sometimes returning to the continent via the monasteries of Gaul or northern Italy. This transmission of ancient knowledge via the Celtic world is a unique phenomenon, partly favored by the relative stability of Ireland, spared by the great invasions sweeping across the continent. The political and social changes occurring from the end of the 5th century do not result in a sharp break with the Roman heritage, but rather in a slow process of reappropriation. The new royal elites appropriate elements of imperial representation. Thus, Theodoric and later the Frankish sovereigns adapt the Roman pomp to their court, seals, administrative formulas, and ceremonial costumes inspired by those of the emperors. They also exploit pre-existing road networks, sometimes neglecting their maintenance but using them for military movements or to assert their authority over fragmented territories. The ancient Gallo-Roman cities, like Reims, Tours, Paris, or Clermont, reorganize around the episcopal seat, now the pivot of local political life in the absence of rigorous civil administrations. Bishops sometimes perform tasks that formerly belonged to Roman magistrates, fundraising, organizing defenses, negotiating with kings. They become essential figures, intermediaries between the population and the royalty. The practice of law also reflects this marriage between Roman heritage and Germanic influences. The Frankish and Gothic kings issue their own laws, written in the form of codes inspired by the Roman model, such as the Burgundian law by the Burgundians or the Salic law by the Franks. These legislative collections, written in Latin, are initially directed at members of the people who enact them, seeking to organize the distribution of land, successions, and reparations for various offenses. At the same time, due to the coexistence of populations of different statuses and origins, the notion of the personality of the laws takes hold. Each individual can be judged according to the law of their ethnic group, a direct legacy from late Rome, which already granted different statuses depending on the Romanness or incorporation of certain barbarian communities into the empire. This legal diversity remains a major characteristic of post-Roman Western Europe, despite attempts at unification later carried out by the Merovingian kings or the Carolingian emperors. The urban and rural landscape also evolves due to partial collapses of old infrastructures. Some amphitheaters are transformed into fortresses, pagan temples convert into churches, and aqueducts, in the absence of rigorous maintenance, fall into ruin. Agricultural production centers are more often organized around estates led by military chiefs or former imperial officers who have entered the service of the Germanic kings. Gallo-Roman villas adapt to accommodate the domesticity necessary for the exploitation of the lands, while the monumental aspect of former patrician residences progressively deteriorates. The roads, inherited from the vast Roman road network, are sometimes left in a state of advanced degradation, yet they retain an essential role in the circulation of people and goods. The Roman origin bridges, more robust, remain vital for crossing rivers, although their maintenance now depends on the goodwill of local powers rather than a powerful central administration. On the religious front, the role of the bishops strengthens as the Christianization of the West intensifies within these kingdoms. Monasteries, whether Benedictine, Celtic Christian, or inspired by other rules, become economic and cultural centers. They house scribes who copy sacred texts, but also gradually, at the request of some enlightened pontiffs, scientific, medical, and philosophical works of the Greek and Roman tradition. Simultaneously, The cult of local saints develops, strengthening the rooting of an identity on a regional scale. All these factors contribute to the emergence of regional political entities, some of which, like the Frankish kingdom, will claim to be an extension of Romanity. The Merovingian rulers thus multiply synods, local councils, and oversee the building of churches, perpetuating despite everything this notion of Christian universality that among the Romans was once conflated with the universality of the empire. These dynamics lay the groundwork for the following centuries. The territories that will become France, Italy, Spain, or Germany are not yet clearly defined, but the former Roman provinces form the basis of distinct administrative, cultural, and social units. The clerics who wield the pen draw inspiration from ecclesiastical Latin, while the local populations begin to display Romance languages already noticeable in official documents by the end of the 6th century. Germanic customs, especially regarding the military and the organization of power, deeply influenced the conception of kingship and the loyalty bond between the leader and his warriors. This form of allegiance, more personal, overlaps with the Roman idea of an impersonal state, sometimes creating misunderstandings or power conflicts, such as when a king attempts to centralize taxes or justice on the imperial model, while the nobility prefers to maintain its local privileges. Towards the end of the 6th century, Pope Gregory the Great, himself from a high Roman family, embodies a church determined to oversee society by relying on the imperial heritage. He organizes the sending of missionaries to England to convert or restore the Christian faith in these regions, and he also seeks to strengthen Roman influence in the spiritual management of the Frankish and Lombard kingdoms. The Lombards, another Germanic people, invaded northern Italy at the beginning of the 7th century, taking advantage of the weakened Byzantine power already facing new threats in the east. This movement illustrates how much the Italian peninsula remains a coveted space, disputed by several powers, and how the Byzantine presence there is never completely assured. Efforts to maintain infrastructure and administration, inspired by Roman traditions, face the political realities of a fragmented territory, where each new group wants to leave its mark. The construction of more structured states relies on various institutional legacies from antiquity. Urban centers, though reduced, retain transformed forums or old basilicas repurposed for Christian ceremonies. Merovingian coin issuers strive to mint coins bearing the king's effigy, recalling the imperial use of currency as an instrument of authority assertion. Former Roman encampments can reinvent themselves as royal residences or citadels, as is the case in some fortified towns reoccupied by Frankish kings. The provinces of the West, despite an economy less flourishing than in the early centuries of the empire, remain traversed by roads on which merchants, soldiers, and clergy still travel. Latin toponymy, borne by these ancient roads, seals in the landscape a memory of past grandeur. The alphabets used also reflect this mix of legacies. Latin remains the basis of official writing, at least in the chancelleries of sovereigns and among bishops. Germanic runes, sometimes used by certain warrior elites, never become the dominant administrative tool, although in the northern margins of Europe, they maintain a certain vitality. The Greek alphabet remains on its side, the reference in the eastern part of the Mediterranean, where political control belongs to the Byzantine Empire. The island monasteries of Ireland and soon Northumbria, when copying texts in Latin or Greek, expand the pool of manuscripts and perpetuate a scriptural tradition from the early centuries of the Church. We then witness a genuine redefinition of written cultures that do not cease but recombine into multiple interconnected regional nuclei, whose scribes and literates maintain the use of these alphabets. The management of the territory and populations is also conditioned by the persistence of imperial infrastructures. The great roads built during the High Empire remain privileged communication axes, despite the absence of a central budget for their maintenance. The Frankish or Ostrogothic kings sometimes delegate this task to local potentates or the church, resulting in a variability of quality according to regions. Bridges over the Rhine, the Seine, or the Danube, bastions of logistics and commerce, are repaired or rebuilt selectively. The memory of the Roman postal organization survives tenuously in a few relays, but official correspondence becomes more sparse, often passing through ecclesiastical networks. This still-present weaving nonetheless makes post-Roman Europe a less enclosed entity than often imagined, as merchants, monks, ambassadors, and even artists move from one court to another, maintaining a certain degree of cultural cohesion. The legal, linguistic, religious, and institutional systems bequeathed by the empire intermingle, providing each new kingdom with a form of continuity with the past. Although in decline, cities remain nodal points for the diffusion of innovations, the assertion of power, religious organization, and cultural heritage. The old agoras, basilicas, or baths adapt, sometimes becoming political gathering places, sometimes churches, and sometimes collective granaries. The best-preserved cities become epicenters of emerging kingdoms, like Paris in the Frankish kingdom. The garrisons structure borders that have now become cellular, establishing marches that protect the establishment of the ruling dynasty. In this rapidly changing Europe, where the memory of Rome still lingers in the minds and shapes ambitions, late antiquity leaves behind a legacy of a network of roads, walls, urban centers, and legal texts that will serve as the foundations for medieval societies. Latin alphabets spread with missionaries and royal chancelleries, while the idea of legitimate authority, inheriting the grandeur of Rome, guides the relationship between monarchs and their entourage. Greco-Roman knowledge, preserved in monastic libraries, fuels the early intellectual renaissances of the Middle Ages and steers the formation of a new religious consensus marked by the papacy and great ecclesiastical figures. The edifice is no longer united by a single emperor, but by a variety of kings and patriarchs, who, each in their own way, claim to be guardians of a part of the imperial tradition. The West thus embarks on the path of new cultural and political syntheses, with the structures, writings, and beliefs long established under Roman domination as its cornerstones.